In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Zula Goetia. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Shaman Eagle the Shamanite. Hello, Tristan MB. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Gwenifer Forever. Hello, Tyrion the Himalayan Salt Dragon. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Jay. Hello, Transfemme Princess. Hello, Borf Boo. Hello, Heart Splinters. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Plant923. Hello, What? Hello, Mithril Mist. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello. How are we doing today? Hello, Bastion. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Sweet Myths Music. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Terrell. Hello, Anadexis. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, one and all. Hello, Erica. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello. How we doing today, folks? Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, WPG Squirrel. How we all doing? Hello, Dylan. How we doing, folks? Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Not doing great, but whatever. Yeah! About to fucking lose it. I feel like that's kind of everyone right now, you know? I feel like there are a lot of people, especially in Congress, who don't really appreciate how close people are to fucking losing their marbles. Hello, everyone. Bad medical diag today? I'm sorry to hear that, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Pirate Amir44. K-Pop Demon Slayer, you saw it twice already? Heck yeah. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Good evening. I think Congress realizes it, but they like that part. Again, maybe we just have the dumbest motherfuckers in Congress, but there was a point in time where, like, you wouldn't be able to reach a place of leadership without learning some very basic history about the world. And one would imagine these people would be familiar enough to understand their ass is kind of on the line. Battling my ADHD and being super productive, definitely avoiding this timeline. Hell yeah, big bad Otter Wolf. Hello, CF. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Lauren Alexander. Hello, Veggie Pizza. Hello, Gordon Austin. Knowledge of civics in Congress. I mean, I don't know. One would imagine they would have heard about the French Revolution at some point, but maybe not. Hello, Andrew S. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. Hello, Travis T. So we're after my second round of biopsies this summer. I'm sorry to hear that. Best of luck with that. Two Dads Smoochin'. Hello. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. These fash fucks can pry my HRT from me after I'm gone, but I need to survive, so not today. Yeah, and we'll get into that. Don't, I mean, it's bad, but we'll talk about it, okay, folks? Hello, T. Pritched. All right. Panic does not help me or a lot of people, I assume. Yeah, panic serves no one, especially not ourselves. All right. Let's see. Where should we start today? There's a whole lot of stupid and a finite amount of time. Um, ba, ba, ba. Whole lot of stupid today, guys. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. Oh man, did I not get this into today's show? Oh, you guys might be lucky. Might be a lucky day. Oh, no. I lied. Okay, somehow we never run out of stupid. Our stupid fields overfloweth. We have a wealth of stupid we can reap. I'm not panicking, I'm pissed, and it's really not good when I'm pissed. I mean, that is that's fair. What's your request, Paladin? But yeah, I think that a lot of people are underestimating how angry people in America are. And we'll talk about it, okay? Because honestly, we are. Let me be clear about the current situation before we jump into the entire segment. We are in a really fucking bad situation. The deal isn't sealed quite yet, so we still have a bit of agency, and our job is to put as much pressure now on the House as we can, because again, the Senate changed the budget bill, so it gets kicked back to the House, and that is now where we need to apply pressure to kill the bill, because a lot of changes got made by the Senate, and the House is really not happy about it. So we are very cooked, but the game ain't over yet, you know. Robert Kincaid died. Wait. Oh, that's too bad. So we need to do a Peepo's art to honor the painter of light. Yeah, we can do a Peepo's art to do that. Send me one, Paladin. Where will I get shitty pictures of lighthouses now? Hello, Just Kenny BTW. I'm new. I'm pissed. I've been crying all day. Understandable in the extreme, and we're gonna be talking about a lot of this as we go deeper into stream. Just trying to kind of say hello, but also just to let you know, now is not the time to curl up into a hole. I know That is my impulse on really hard days. Fight that impulse. Okay, now is not the time to do that because we aren't fully cooked yet, and we need to fight until the very last minute. Okay. First time chatter? Hell yeah, just Kenny. We always love first time chatters. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Called my house rep? That's what I like to see, Zolta. That's what I like to see. Hello, Alan Smith. Hello, hello. But I think we gotta talk about maybe one issue before we hit the bill that got voted on in the Senate. God, we have so many things to talk about, but I think we have to talk about this first. How you guys doing tonight? It's been a rough day news-wise. I spent the last like 3-ish, 4-ish hours going through and like figuring out how I was going to present some of these. And like I can tell you this is it's a doozy, folks. It's a fucking doozy. Could we influence Trump to veto the bill? Maybe if you have $1 billion. No, the better path towards influence is genuinely and unironically, you guys need to call your representatives, especially if you have Republican representatives. You need to call them. Now is the time to call them, and honestly, the more you can educate yourself about different parts of the bill, especially parts of the bill that you want taken out, that will be incredibly helpful at this particular juncture. Okay, it's not enough in some of these cases, right? Like if you have a Republican representative, I know it can feel like hopeless to call them, but, and I'm just going to throw this out there, you might have more success influencing them to throw a wrench into the passage of this by framing your objection to the bill on different elements of it. Okay, because one of the issues that is going to be at play here is that the House wants to make changes to this bill specifically to cater to their constituents because they all know it's political poison, right? So make an issue about ICE in there, make an issue about the trans provisions, make like just throw out, maybe do multiple calls a day, each about a different part of the issue, right? Or the bill. Because the goal here is to gum up the works and to get the bill dead, to make it dead in the water. And if your Republican representative is up for re-election, folks, you gotta call. You gotta call not just today, but tomorrow and every subsequent day until this thing is dead. Okay? My understanding, Just Kenny, is that if the House makes changes to the bill, then it gets sent back to the Senate. I believe the House and the Senate have to ratify the same version of the budget bill in order for that to go to the president's desk. That's my understanding. So if the House makes changes, it goes back to the Senate, and we need to just we need to get this bill to fail. You got to call. If you are able, visit your senator in their office, like physically go to their office and visit to let them know. We gotta get out there and do everything we can, In normal circumstances, calling will help, but I feel like calling isn't doing shit. I mean, calling is doing shit. A lot of these people are scared as fuck about the consequences of their actions. I mean, it's why Tom Tillis is not running for re-election. Like some of these people see the writing on the wall and they know they're fucked if they vote on this thing. So we ping pong the BBB to death. I mean, that is one way of doing it. You know, every ping pong back and forth is a chance for the bill to die. So the goal is to kill it, and it almost died today. No thanks to Lisa Murkowski. God, what these people are such fucking traitors to the Republic, man. It's crazy. They're behaving like there won't be elections. No, I think they're behaving like capitalistic CEOs, you know? I understand where that comment comes from, though, but I think that it's less they don't think there are going to be elections and more that they just want that short-term gain, even if it comes at the cost of long-term consequences, you know? I think that's kind of what's at play here. You know, your average company CEO is only looking to their next bonus check rather than, you know, the long-term viability of the company, or in this case, the representative democracy. But if I care about people, how will I get rich? I mean, that's kind of one of the problems. Which do you want to do? What happened to all the Republicans that were hard-nosed, like Murkowski? Genuinely, we're gonna go over that in the segment. I should just start the segment. We're already talking about it, huh? All right. God, okay, can I just real quick, I'm not going to subject you guys to a ton of this, but let's go. Yeah, we're doing a segment, baby. All right. Also, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit that like button, too, because I can see already we have like over 200 people in the live stream, and only 52 of you have hit the like button. What the fuck, guys? Hit the like button. Do your due diligence. Pay your like tax. Let's see here. Okay. Let's slow this down a little bit. So, folks, we have to talk about budgets and the United States government, and specifically how the budget is passed for the United States government, and that is through Congress. And, of course, the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump is trying to get through that will kick anywhere from 16 to 20 million people off of Medicaid and massively inflate, you know, Medicare prices, you know, destroy the marketplaces in the states, and you know, make poor people in this country measurably poorer. It is literally a bill to steal from the poor and give to the rich, and it is maybe one of the most heinous things we've ever seen in modern American, you know, at least internal politics, we'll say. We'll put foreign policy in a different category because that's a topic for another day. But let's see how the stupidest people in America are reacting to the passage of this bill.
This is the big one. It happened. Donald passed the big bill.
We are in this. We are leaning on this. And without the tax cut that was put into place by President Trump in his first term, if that's allowed to expire today, if this bill does not pass.
So J.D. Vance went in and...
Also, fun fact, J.D. Vance had to go in and cast that deciding vote. But also, there's no timetable where, like, the previous budget was expiring today. Because the the budget wasn't going to be made into law today. You know, like, there's no timetable where today had to be when they voted on this. And that's Fox News. Fox News is just going out there being like, yeah, we're on the clock. We need to get our wealthiest billionaires their biggest tax cut ever. Tick tock, tick tock.
Pass the deciding vote for the bill. It was 50-50, and he voted for it.
Vice President.
I have to admit, though, if he didn't vote for it and he voted against it, that would have been crazy content, right?
True.
Would have been crazy.
Taxes for 68% of working Americans.
Right, and the biggest tax hikes would be for the lower household income. So, and also,
man, I love that, you know, Fox News is over here being like, you're all gonna get tax cuts. You're gonna get big tax cuts if you're poor. And it's like, okay, but you're also gonna get kicked off of Medicaid. You're also going to pay more money for your private marketplace health insurance. You're also going to be like absolutely obliterated as the market just siphons up all of your money. Like, oh good, you saved $1,200 in taxes and you have to pay, you know, $5,000 more to the pharmaceutical, you know, industry. Great. God.
So the pro-growth aspect of this, right? We want to grow this nation. We want to grow the economy. And taxes are an essential part of that, particularly for corporate.
We want to grow the economy, and that's why we want to, you know, taxes are an essential part of that insofar as, you know, we take them away and the economy just gets better. That's definitely how that works.
Corporations.
Hold the vice president breaking the tie right now, which means they had some no votes from the Republicans. This bill, the big, beautiful bill, has passed because the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance, has come to the Hill more than once thinking that he would do this. And when he showed up this morning, they were right. He would be needed. He has done it. Let's listen and see if there is any audio that we can take in.
Okay. Pursuant to the order.
Man, fuck you, dude. Come on, this isn't fair.
For February 29th.
Like, again, no mention of like the tens of millions of people who are going to lose their health care. No mention of the astronomical increases in the amount of money being spent on health insurance, you know, by individuals who are trying to provide for themselves or their families. You know, because jobs these days just don't give health care coverage like they used to. You know, no mention of that. No mention of like how the overall effect of this is going to be to make poor people poorer.
Much revenue we bring in. Rolling eyes face emoji.
Oh yeah, also like the entire premise of the tax cuts is that when we cut the taxes, the economy is just going to explode, and then the extra growth is all going to be, you know, we're going to grow, and then those smaller taxes will actually be more in taxes than if we didn't cut the taxes. Like, that's kind of like the Republican line on all of this, but it's assuming a level of economic growth that, one, just isn't present right now, and two, definitely isn't going to be present, you know, in the next year or so. God.
1960.
1960? What year? What the fuck?
The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Dooming to, is this good or bad?
Let us pray.
It's too much of both.
Is this good? Is this bad? But maybe it's both. Maybe it's a bunch of good and a bunch of bad. Excellent commentary.
I'm glad that they're not restricting AI. Like, one of the biggest W's of the bill.
Oh, of fucking course, Asmongold is an AI bro. Of course. This lazy motherfucker.
That I think is probably one of the biggest L's that a lot of other people think is the no restrictions on AI for 10 years. So companies can develop AI with no restrictions at all.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, I'm gonna build an AI bot that's gonna scrape all of Asmongold's content. It's gonna do Asmongold content better than him.
To me is how rural Americans who barely make ends meet are gushing over this bill and think it's their savior.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is really a result of these news bubbles that people live in. Like, especially, like, you have to understand the conservative media ecosystem has been working on creating an isolated alternate reality for conservatives for the last like 50 to 60 years. You know, again, a lot of it all traces back to the Civil Rights Act. You know, the end of Jim Crow. A lot of it traces back to like, oh, well, we lost on segregation, but you know, we're going to build a new movement and we're going to, you know, bring it all back again in 60 years. All we got to do is lie to a bunch of rubes and get them on our side, and we can make them do anything we want. They basically puppeteer like Republican like constituents. It's kind of sick. It's gross. Well, yeah, I didn't want to imply that AI would do Asmongold's job better than him, but I do mean to imply that, you know, an AI could make roughly equivalent quality of content, even with all of the inaccuracies that riddle AI, basically be on par with your average Asmongold stream. And I do believe that. But, you know, no restrictions, right? It's for the advancement of the human species, right, Asmongold? Surely you can't begrudge a violation of copyright by an AI like that. Clearly, that'd be fine.
And no ethical concerns. And I think this is...
He literally lists no ethical concerns as like a plus. Oh, yeah, man, I want my AI to run on like, fuck. Let's get all that child adrenochrome, pump it into the AI, see what happens. No ethical restrictions, baby.
Going to allow us to maintain competitive edge against China and other industries and countries that would develop AI and outpace us.
I mean, again, like the idea that having ethical concerns will prevent us from getting the AI trump card is really, really stupid. Right? Like, do I have to point that out? Do I have to point out how stupid that is?
Huge W.
Eternal, ever blessed God.
You think that's good? Yeah, absolutely.
Help our senators to walk on your path for the glory of your name. Help them to walk with humility.
Nuclear weapon, wouldn't you want to be the person that has it first?
That they will
That's just the way I see it. That's where
I just view AI like a nuclear weapon, and that's why I think it should be tested with no limitations whatsoever. Do you understand how stupid you are? If you're an Asmongold fan, do you understand how stupid this man is? Genuinely. Like, oh yeah. I mean, like, yeah, we should develop a nuclear weapon without any ethical regulations whatsoever. You understand, like, that opens the door to like nuking a city, right? Like nuking an honest to God populated city just to see what would happen so we have more data. Like, nuclear weapons are maybe like one of the most constricted things on the planet for that particular reason, because unethical use of them would kill millions. God. But hey, no ethical restrictions whatsoever. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're only testing nukes without any ethical considerations. What could possibly go wrong? And sorry, he thinks they're the equivalent of nukes. So if you think the nuclear question I just posed is that far off base, he's the one posing it.
That's what I think.
Servants of the people. Mm-hmm. Help them to walk with forgiveness.
Also, it's really weird for him to be just let's watch the prayer and talk about AI nukes.
So that they will forgive, help defend.
Is 85% more accurate than doctors. Microsoft rolled off software yesterday as 85% more accurate than doctors in diagnosing complex health conditions. Yeah, big surprise. AI is actually super useful, and the only
I need like a slow zoom effect on my camera. So, full disclosure here, chat. I wanted to know if there was enough content in this particular Asmongold clip, because I don't intend to watch the entire thing. I really just wanted to get a sense for where your average dumb fuck landed on this particular piece of legislation. And I got about this far, and I got to this claim, and of course, I was curious as hell where that came from, because that seems weirdly specific. That seems, you know, dare I say, suspicious. And I, of course, Googled it. New AI tool is better than doctors at diagnosing complicated medical issues, Microsoft says. Now, folks, one thing you should always be a little bit skeptical of is when an article says something is being said by a company. A company that is trying to sell a product. And of course I was like, well, okay, well let's take a look. What did they use to back this up, right? And it's an interesting article, to say the least. Let's take a look here. For the latest experiment, Microsoft tested an AI diagnostic system against 21 experienced physicians using real-world case studies from 304 patients that were published in the New England Journal of Medicine, a leading medical journal. The AI tool correctly diagnosed up to 85.5% of cases, roughly 4 times more than the group of doctors from the United Kingdom and the United States who had between 5 and 20 years of experience. The model was also cheaper than human doctors, ordering fewer scans and tests to reach the correct diagnosis, the analysis found. God. Now, I found this particularly interesting because that's a pretty small data set, you know? And, well, I was interested. So I scrolled down, I continued reading here. Limitations and next steps. The researchers published their findings online as a preprint article, meaning it has not yet been peer-reviewed. Now, for those of you who don't know what preprints are and what peer review means, what this means is a company can basically publish something as a preprint, and they don't have to have that study actually checked by anybody. This is essentially an op-ed written by a company. That's what the preprint is in this particular case. And, I was a bit curious what actual peer-reviewed, perhaps large-scale meta-analysis of AI accuracy
Hello,
and diagnosis.
Dad. Not to make this about me, but it's my birthday today. Sad face emoji.
Happy birthday, Matthew H. Thank you for the $20 Australian. I'll sing you happy birthday after the segment. So I went and I found a very interesting systematic review over here published on Nature, or in Nature rather. A systematic review and meta-analysis of diagnostic performance comparison between generative AI and physicians. So this was not based off of just one preprint study. It was based off of 83 peer-reviewed studies. Let's take a look. Oh, analysis of the 83 studies revealed an overall diagnostic accuracy of 52.1%. No significant performance was found between AI models and physicians overall. Now, that is interesting. Or non-expert physicians However, AI models performed significantly worse than expert physicians. Several models demonstrated slightly higher performance compared to non-experts, although the differences were not significant. So, what's interesting here is that it's even remotely close. But there's a difference here between, like, believing what Microsoft is saying and believing, aggregate data science, right? Yeah, I am saying you should take the claims of a company with so many grains of salt, so many. And also, I am saying that I would just throw out there that we should maybe be a bit more skeptical about data. Look at where your data's coming from, guys. The methodologies. Okay? Because otherwise you can wind up doing things like saying, hey, AI is better than a human doctor. And then you start going to an AI doctor. And I feel like I shouldn't have to point out why this is a horribly flawed idea, considering that even the most AIs we have available today constantly fuck up. And like, at the very least with human doctors, you have some kind of like, you get a second opinion. I guess in this case you get a second chatbot. God. Anyway, yeah, it's so much better. Just for the love of God, we talked about this already in the video about AI already making everything worse. Don't use a chatbot for therapy. Don't use a chatbot for therapy. For the love of God, don't use a chatbot for therapy. They're not built for that. Even the ones that are billed as being built for that, they're not built for that. And they can and will make you go crazy. Don't use a chatbot for therapy.
Only thing that it's not the only use for AI is not replacing furry artists. Of course.
And with that, we are watching now. The big, beautiful bill has passed on the vote, breaking the tie of the Vice President of the United States. And Charles, you were talking about the tax portion of this. What good does this do outside of saving what the president put into place with tax cuts that were monumental, really, for so.
You know what's crazy? Again, it's just tax cut, tax cut, tax cut. If you watch Fox News, they are just talking about how you're going to save so much in taxes, but they say nothing about how your tax dollars are being reallocated to make ICE the third largest military on the planet. Like they, no words about that. Just, it's going to make you a tiny bit richer. You're going to have maybe a couple $100 more in your pocket. Congrats.
So many Americans across the country. What does this allow him to do going forward?
This is the crux of it all, really, to be quite honest. It's the growth effect, the multiplier effect of businesses keeping more.
Keep in mind, this bill is over 1,000 pages. I heard it got amended to 984. So, if somebody's asking what is this bill, I can think of probably at least 90 people that don't know what this bill is.
And being able to invest that into future products and being able to invest that into employees.
Nobody knows. It's a loot box.
That's what the foundation of the economy is. And listen, obviously, it's one thing when you say things on the campaign trail and when you hope for things on the campaign trail. As we can see, this thing is very contentious. Just your conversation.
I love how it's just we have no idea what's in there. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? Nothing's real anyway.
With Chip Roy shows that when it gets back to the House, there's going to be some more, fisticuffs or another Donnybrook, so to speak. But, President Trump put out a post yesterday talking about the growth aspect of this. And I think that's what he's focused on more than anything else. Make the pie bigger. Make the economic pie huge so that everyone can get a chance at an opportunity. Because it's one thing to save taxes as a lower income home. It's another thing to have have more prosperity. To grow your job, to grow your business, to have a business, to start a business. And I think that's...
Yeah, obviously it's better to make more money. Duh.
That's what the president's aiming for.
Look, what you were talking about, and I want to get into it, Kennedy.
You shouldn't be able to cram so much shit into a bill. No, I agree with you. I think it's a huge problem. I do. I think it's a massive, massive game mechanic mistake.
At the very end of the Faulkner focus,
The worst person you know just said something you agree with.
Representative Chip Roy and I were watching the lead up, the last few seconds of that final vote, and he said that the cuts that were put in place to make this deal, there are Republicans who, and I would assume he includes himself, are not happy about, and he's hoping that some of that, as Charles has just told us, can be, kind of put back in, I guess, by the House. But the cut down on Green New Deal, and they cut some of that out to make a deal today. The giveaways. This is Chip Roy, representative from Texas, talking. The giveaways further, but they want to just give money away.
Problem. Bill adds in a lot of additional junk to go through them. It's not a new thing. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the entire issue right there. Yeah, that you got it. Yeah.
A lot of that was offsets.
Okay, I'm fascinated, but we have to be done. We have to be done here. Okay, I can't handle this. This man is a silly little guy, and I dislike him immensely. But real talk here, Republicans fucked us today. They fucked everyone in the country, especially if you live in a rural area of the country. They fucked you real good. Your hospital's gonna be defunded. You know, your rural hospital might close. They have effectively sold out literally every principle that through my entire adult life they used as like, oh, well, this is why we can't have good things. This is why we can't have good things. This is why we can't have good things. Over and over and over and over and over again. Oh, well, it's because of fiscal responsibility. You can't have, a program that saves the environment. You can't have infrastructure. That's why, look, we need to have the crumbling bridges because of fiscal responsibility. We need to have the homelessness because of fiscal responsibility. How are you gonna fucking pay for it? Just over and over and over again. You guys saw it even recently. Over and over and over again in the media. Zoran Mamdani kept getting asked, how are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for the free buses? How are you going to pay for, the rent freeze? How are you going to pay for the more affordable housing? How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? They literally don't give a fuck. Look at this. Everything else. This is the Vice President of the United States. Everything else, the CBO score, the proper baseline, the minutia of the Medicaid policy is immaterial compared to the ICE money and immigration enforcement provisions. He's talking, the minutia here is tens of millions of people being unable to get medical care. That's the minutia he's talking about. Suddenly, when it comes to using ICE money to build like a concentration camp system across the United States, oh, well, we have enough money to throw into ICE to make it the world's third largest military. Not a single peep about how are you going to pay for it. The bill that J.D. Vance broke the tie on and advanced forward through the bill-making process, kicking it over into the House of Representatives. That bill adds $4 to $4.5 trillion to our deficit. Not a word of how you're going to pay for it. Not a goddamn word. Well, we need to give tax cuts to the rich because otherwise how's it all going to trickle down? Not a word of how they're going to pay for it. When people ask how, about the cuts, they're like, oh, there aren't any cuts.
Bill Kristol called for the abolishment of ICE and DHS today, which puts him to the left of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. That's definitely a reason we can't have nice things.
It's so true, Paladin. And thank you for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate the support. But not a peep. All of the questions about fiscal responsibility, they were all fucking lies. Every single time someone's like, oh, but we couldn't possibly pay for it. Imagine what adding $4 trillion to our deficit could do if we were housing the homeless, feeding the hungry, if we were transitioning to an economy that actually had sustainable energy so that we never had to worry about a deficit of energy. Imagine if we invested that into our towns and communities. Conservatives complain all the time, everything's so ugly now. Oh, everything's so ugly. We could invest, like we could have a guaranteed jobs program. Every city could have a group of people going around beautifying the city, making improvements to the infrastructure. You know, we could have that. We could guarantee a livable income for everyone in this country. And you know what? I'm not an economist. I'm not, an accountant, but I think that maybe we could succeed in just ballooning our deficit by, say, $2 trillion instead of $4 to $4.5 trillion. And then we'd actually get the good things instead of just ICE officers with more guns. Because I don't know about you, but that has literally never made me feel safer. That doesn't help me, doesn't help you. God. Yeah, it's almost like if we actually invested into our communities, we would make more taxpayers and in fact, help pay for it that way. But no. It has to. How are you going to pay for it though? If you're actually improving things, how are you going to pay for it? You think improvements to society just grow on trees? To these people, none of it matters except giving their richest friends and associates and, criminal ties the biggest tax cut ever given to American corporations or people. And that tax cut, if you're making under like $1 million, that tax cut's not going to you. That tax cut is not going to you. You're going to immediately be nickeled and dimed out of any kind of savings that tax cut gets you if you're on the lower end of the economic spectrum. Don't get how these billionaire ghouls are this short-sighted that they risk making their money worthless when America balkanizes. Well, but that's the thing, right? Think about how a CEO actually functions. Do any of you know what the I don't know, life cycle of a CEO is like? Should we walk through it real quick? Oh, we'll get to that story, Book Girl New York. We'll get to that one. All right. Well, I'll launch into it. You guys can catch up, okay? So, the life cycle of a CEO. You wake up, you think to yourself, this hedge fund that I run, it's time to go in and buy a new company. You go in and you buy a new company, okay? The hedge fund comes in, they buy it, they appoint you as the CEO. You're like, all right, I'm new around here. Things are going to change, but we're going to be a lean, mean fighting machine. And then you fire like 40% of the workforce. And then you say, see, all of our investors, you were expecting us to have these many expenses, but we actually have this many expenses. And that means our profit margins are way up there. And then all of your investors go, ooh, ah. Okay? Because you basically pulled a magic trick by firing 40% of your workforce and you massively increased the company's profits. Now, how many times do you guys think you can get away with just firing your workforce before the company is a hollowed out shell that can't actually do the things it was supposed to do? Not that many times. And so what ends up happening is that these companies just crumble into dust. But then, well, the CEO goes, you see, I have a plan. Time to liquidate all of our assets. And then they sell off all the assets. They take their bonuses. And by the way, every time they make that stock price go up, every time they take one of those company closing bonuses, they make tens of millions of dollars. And then they just repeat that process over and over and over again, as they run away with that bag. That's the average life cycle of a CEO. So when you think about it in that respect, a CEO isn't thinking about the long-term viability of the system they're in charge of, A CEO is thinking about when they can get that bag next, and when the ship sinks, they just jump ship. They just go someplace else. Right? They just skedoodle. Because their wealth isolates them from consequence.
I just want to say, as someone who keeps up with, donates to, and supports Ukraine, it feels really nasty to see the war criminal Netanyahu say he supports Ukraine to lighten his image internationally.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Netanyahu is maybe one of the most cynical bastards on the planet. He is truly disgusting. Thank you for the $10 super chat. But Netanyahu will use any kind of tragedy, conflict, whatever, to try and get an advantage, and it's sociopathic. But let's not get too drawn far afield here, because we have to keep going through this story because it's truly awful. Okay, so the bill got kicked back to the House, right? Passed the Senate. JD Vance broke the tie. What does it mean now that it's in the House? Well, wait a minute. How did it get to the point where JD Vance had to get called in at all? Who decided to flip? Because this legislation should be dead right now. The budget bill should have been killed today. But one Senator, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, flipped at the last minute to vote in favor of the budget bill. And maybe one of the most interesting interviews I've ever seen happened after that with her. And I wanted to play this footage for you because it's really, really incredible.
She's something of a rare.
Oh, sorry. This isn't footage of Lisa Murkowski after the vote. This is footage from an interview with Lisa Murkowski by CBS Sunday Morning titled Senator Lisa Murkowski on Life as a Moderate in Washington. Wait a minute, she just voted to strip 17 million people of Medicaid? She just voted to cut Medicare? She just voted to massively balloon prices in the state marketplaces for insurance? This is from 9 days ago. Well, let's see. I almost played this interview here. I mean, I almost would have clicked somewhere in the middle here.
No allegiance to the Republican Party. What I say is I still have the same Republican values that I have long held. But my allegiance is not to the Republican Party. It's not to a party. It is to the people who returned me.
Yeah, and that's why you voted for a piece of legislation that would kill your own constituents, because that's what this is going to do. You voted to represent your constituents by killing them, because that's your core value here. People need health care to live. Now, maybe Lisa Murkowski forgot that at some point, along with her Republican colleagues. But I do have to say, this doesn't seem like you are coming at it from a place of care for your own constituents when you voted to strip them of health care. But sorry. I meant to play a different clip. I'm so sorry.
Do I like this bill? No, because I tried to take care of Alaska's interests. But I know that in many parts of the country, there are Americans that are not going to be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that. Do I like this bill? No.
I don't like that. I don't like that. But, you know, I am still going to vote for it, though. It's genuinely shocking to me. Genuinely shocking. Can I pull this up?
That your vote was a bailout for Alaska at the expense of the rest of the country.
Oh, my God.
That's what Senator Paul said.
My question was easy. Senator, we've got the...
I didn't say it, ma'am. I'm just asking for your response.
My response is I have an obligation to the people of the state of Alaska.
And that obligation is what led me to voting to cut off their health care and to kick some of them off of Medicare. All right? That is my value as a Republican. Watching the elderly die and the poor perish, that's my value as a Republican. And that makes me moderate in the Republican Party.
And I live up to that every single day. I fight for my state's interests, and I make sure that Alaskans are understood. I work hard to take care of a state that has more unique situations, more unique people, and it's just different.
More unique oil?
And so when people suggest that federal dollars go to one of our 50 states.
Yeah, oh my God. I mean, imagine, I imagine there are few places in this country that are going to be as fucked over by this legislation as Alaska. Can you imagine the expense it takes to run rural hospitals in fucking Alaska? Can you imagine how much money it costs to get stuff out there? We got some of the most remote places in the continental United States. They are just going to shut down. They won't have the funding to run. But nah, her interests are her constituents.
In a, quote, bailout. I find that offensive. I advocated for my state's interests. I will continue to do that, and I will make no excuses for doing that. Do I like this bill? No, because I tried to take care of Alaska's interests. But I know that in many parts of the country, there are Americans that are not going to be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that we moved through an artificial deadline, an artificial timeline to produce something, to meet a deadline, rather than to actually try to produce the best bill for the country. But when I saw the direction that this is going, you know, you can either say, I don't like it and not try to help my state, or you can roll up your sleeves.
That was Republican.
Sorry, Brian Tyler Cohen. I couldn't for the life of me find that clip from anyone else, but thank you. And Good job getting clips.
I'm a moderate
good
Republican.
program.
I will only order my bodyguards to give you an extra beating if you get blood on my shoes during the first beating. The more staunch Republicans would have you killed.
I mean, that is kind of Lisa Murkowski's stance, trains and bullshit. But some people are saying, oh, well, Murkowski got carve-outs. I don't think that Murkowski got carve-outs. I know that there was initially going to be carve-outs for Alaska, but those got cut. Those got cut by the Senate parliamentarian. And so it's it is very interesting, to say the least. She appears to have gotten nothing. And in literally the hours since she voted yes on this, she is now asking the House of Representatives to vote no on the bill. It's a fascinating, I guess, balancing act she's trying to pull. She's like, well, I needed to vote yes on it because, well, voting no would have killed the bill entirely, and so I don't want to kill the bill entirely. I voted yes on it because I want changes to be made on it. Is a hell of an argument to make. And I mean, her reasoning is insane. Okay. And they changed the carve out for Alaska, so non-contiguous states. Gotcha. But yeah, she was upset that, if she voted no, the entire bill would be gone and then everyone would be mad at her. And I'm going to read her quote here. There is a tax impact coming forward. That's going to hurt the people in my state. And she's talking about the expiration of the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And let me remind you here, folks, the 2017 tax cuts were primarily for the wealthiest people in the country. So it's literally just the rich people of Alaska would have had to pay more in taxes. That's why I had to vote against Medicaid and SNAP. That's why I had to vote for cuts to Medicare. It's really, really, really awful. These people are cowards, and they are horrible, horrible, horrible human beings. They are, again, and I struggle really to find words to use. And I don't use this word. I think I try and be sparing with this, but they are evil. There's really no way around it. This isn't stemming from a divergence of opinion on which breakfast cereal is better. This is a fundamental disagreement about, the value of human life. And to people like the Republicans in power right now, human life is dirt cheap. It's dirt cheap. They're willing to put you through the grinder and turn you into a consumable, consumer product. If they could, they would grind you down into Soylent Green and feed you to other poors. Just so that they can make another $100 in their pocket. It's evil. And let's take a look here at the GOAT.
Thanks very much for joining me. Let me be very clear. Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation ever brought forth in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for working families. Actually, I'm wrong. I shouldn't use the word gift because the billionaires paid for it. This bill is an
and understand, one of the things I talk about on this channel is how this isn't the end result of capitalism. The billionaires paid for it. They invested into this outcome. For them, it is a transaction. It is the cost of doing business. It is the cost of increasing their profit margins. Okay? That's all it ever has been, to buy a politician to these people.
Absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system. The billionaires invest hundreds of millions of dollars in candidates and in elections, and in this bill, this piece of legislation, their investment is paying off. So, what are they getting? Well, the top 1% is receiving $975 billion in tax breaks. Further, and this is really quite unbelievable, the wealthiest 0.2% receive a $211 billion estate tax break. $211 billion for the top 0.2%. In that provision, 99.8% of Americans get zero.
This is the greatest robbery that has ever been undertaken in all of history. Understand that this is robbery. Not in the kind of like fake sense that Republicans talk about, like, oh, well, taxation is theft. Or libertarians, sorry. But in a very real sense of the billionaires bought the power of the state so that they could use force to extract wealth from all of us to their benefit. That is what's happening here. A government that is supposed to be by and for and of the people has been bought and sold specifically to rob you blind and leave you to die.
Further, large corporations in this bill get a $918 billion tax break. That is what the 1% and the wealthy campaign contributors get. So here's what you get, assuming you're not a billionaire.
And Paladin, you're absolutely right. I think and I'm going to quote you here, I think one thing to remember is that the conservatives do not mind losing under these circumstances. They know they're going to get fucked in 2026 and probably 2028 too. They'll take a step back, use it as grounds to ratchet up the propaganda and funding and go again. The Dems play scared with power, the GOP does not. And this is one of the reasons why I frequently talk about the need for the genuine, like, utter political destruction of the Republican Party. You know? Like, when we win in 2026, when we win in 2028, what needs to happen is accountability. There needs to be, like, a dismantling and a destruction of the Department of Homeland Security. There needs to be, like, actual trials for agents. There needs to be, like, actual, and not just the agents, but, like, also the politicians that are enabling this robbery. It is the destruction of our country writ large. These taxes aren't going to schools. They're going to billionaires. Ratchet up the taxes on you so that the billionaires can pay less. It is unacceptable. In the fullest, to the fullest extent of that word.
This bill throws over 16 million people off of the health insurance they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. So, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%, $1 trillion in cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Further, it forces millions of Medicaid recipients to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor. So what is the impact of all this? What happens when you throw 16 million people off health care, you impose a $35 copayment? Well, What the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania estimate is that if this reconciliation bill is enacted, and it's unbelievable for me to say this, but this is what they are telling us, this is what they have studied. If this bill goes through and all these healthcare cuts take place, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year. 50,000 Americans. In other words,
and that's each and every year, right? Until this legislation gets overturned. Presuming it takes us until 2028, that's 200,000 people. That's 200,000 people. They are, when I said earlier about they would grind you up and sell you for profit if they could, that's exactly what this is. You don't have the aesthetics of being ground up. You don't have the, dripping, conveyor belts of human meat. But you do have very real loss of life. And to them, it is the industrialized murder of people for their own profit.
In other words, this bill is a horrific death sentence for low and working class, low income and working class Americans.
And yeah, we did talk a while back, Brassman, exactly, about Republican voters needing to feel the pain before they stand up and act, and this is how it's going to happen. I mean, yeah. If this passes, if this goes into effect, yeah. A key thing is that we have to enforce that the Democrats have to do something with their power. It's not going to be near a Tandon and Project 2029. The Dems are going to try and float centrists again. Josh Shapiro and Jared Golden type of bullshit. Do not support that nonsense. 10,000%. What needs to be very clear over and over and over again is that Zoran Mamdani is the way. The partnership between Zoran Mamdani and Brad Lander, that is the future of the Democratic Party, okay? And we need to make sure that we do everything we can to ensure that. Okay? Because we need to have a united coalition the second we are back in power.
Further, if this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country that are already struggling would be forced to shut down. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers and nursing homes. In other words, this legislation is the most significant attack on the healthcare needs of the American people in the modern history of our country. So, our healthcare system is broken, it's dysfunctional, and they make it even worse. And that's not all. This bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids at a time when we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of nearly any major nation on earth. This bill will also make it much harder for working class kids to receive the higher education they need by cutting education by some $350 billion. At a time when the planet is struggling with climate change, heat waves now all over the world, this bill decimates investment in energy efficiency and sustainable energies like wind and solar. If you are concerned about how the United States keeps getting into never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon budget.
Yeah, guys, it's bad. It is bad, and understand that part of what is being funded here with these increases to ICE, these increases to the Pentagon, is the creation of an an interstate concentration camp system. We're recreating internment camps as we speak, and we'll talk more about the one I'm sure that is on top of everyone's mind later. But understand that the goal of the funding of this bill, and one of the reasons we must do everything in our power to oppose it, is that they want to bring that back. Scott Davis in YouTube chat nailing it. They want to bring back slavery. You know, they might not be able to get it back in exactly the same form, but there's a reason these detention centers are being run by private companies. Because what ends up happening is that they detain undocumented immigrants for processing, and while they're there, the undocumented immigrants are put to work for, a couple pennies a day so that they can use on like a pack of cigarettes or calling their family and or lawyer. It is really, really bad. So, and again, I've been trying to periodically reiterate this here. The bill is not passed yet. It is not signed by Donald Trump. And even though it got through the Senate, because the Senate made changes, that means it goes back to the House. And the House is going to make changes too. So what you need to do, and what you need to get everyone you know to do, is every day call your senator. Okay? Not senator, your representative. Call your representative. Okay? Call them every single day. Ask them to kill this bill. Ask them to strip out certain provisions. Ask them to, for example, strip out Marjorie Taylor Greene's proposed amendment that would re-add Medicaid cuts for gender-affirming care for trans people. Okay? Does 5 Calls have a script for this? You might have to make your own script based off. Again, I don't think 5 Calls might have something that would work, but just get a different provision every day and call them about it. Grab 5. Ask them to kill the bill. Ask them to remove different provisions. Ask them to, be a check on this. Ask them to strip ICE provisions. Ask them to strip whatever you can get. Because that's what we need to do. We need to maximize the amount of pressure that is on especially Republican representatives right now. And we need to break them. You should be what haunts them in their nightmares. So that when they even think about signing that bill, they're like, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't. This is going to follow me for the rest of my life, that I voted to kill 50,000 Americans every year. That should be something that follows you for the rest of your life. So call. If you can, visit their offices. If you need to get contact info for your representative, you can go to www.5calls, the number 5calls.org. And if you would like to fax them, because you can both call them and fax them, you can do that without a fax machine for free at www.faxzero. That's FAXZERO.com. You can send 5 faxes per day for free. Okay? So, we need to maximize that pressure. We need to maximize that pressure. And yeah, the pressure works. Okay? I've tried that and it didn't work. You got to keep doing it again. You got to do it over and over and over again. It's not going to work necessarily each and every time, but we got to give it a shot. And it does look like Five Calls has a script at the top of their call with different talking points. So you can use that when you call your representatives. Fivecalls.org. I mean, it didn't even send. Some people don't have fax machines. I don't know what to tell you. You gotta give it another shot. Other people have been very successful. So.
Now, I want to applaud all of the Democrats, every single one of them, who strongly oppose this bill. And I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senators Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting with the Democrats in opposition to proceeding on this bill. But here is something really interesting and quite telling about where the Republican Party is today. When Senator Tillis of North Carolina indicated that he would vote against the bill, he was lambasted on social media by Trump, and he was threatened with a primary. He actually did not do what Trump wanted him to do. Is there anything in this world that is worse than that? Today, Senator Tillis announced that he would not seek re-election. So it is pretty clear to me, and I would hope to every American, that the Republican Party of today does not tolerate any independent thought. One might have believed that members of Congress were elected to represent their constituents, to do what they thought right for their constituents. But that's not what it is in the Republican Party right now. The sole function of...
Oh, that's an interesting thing I didn't know, Robert Adset. If the fax machines run out of paper, they will stop accepting calls, but that's actually a sign of the volume. That's great.
Republican members of Congress is just to tell Donald Trump how brilliant he is, how infallible he is, how great he is. Put up a statue of him on Mount Rushmore. Oh my God. And if any Republican, like Senator Tillis, suggests otherwise, they will be politically destroyed. This is pathetic, and it has all of the hallmarks of the kind of authoritarian society that Trump wants to take us into. Dissent is simply not tolerated anymore within Republican ranks. I don't have to tell anybody that this is an extremely difficult moment in American history. Trump and the oligarchs have unlimited wealth. They have a great deal of power and they want more. But there is something that we have. And we saw that just last week in the recent mayoral primary in New York City. So what you had is one candidate supported by all of the big money interest, all of the oligarchs, but you had the other candidate who was supported by ordinary people. And guess who won? The guy, Mr. Mandani, who was supported by rank and file New Yorkers, won the election. So I think what we can learn from that is that if we stand together and not let Trump and his friends divide us up based on our religion or where we were born or our sexual orientation or the color of our skin, if we stand together, we can beat the oligarchs. And let me tell you, in this moment in history, that is exactly what we've got to do. Thanks very much.
God, one of the goats. One of the goats. I like Bernie, but wouldn't Bernie be helping more by promoting Five Calls and talking about faxing lawmakers? He just told you to do that. He just told you to take collective organized action to apply political pressure. He talked about how Zoran Mamdani was able to leverage that in New York City, and that people coming together can in fact beat the gigantic moneyed machine that is being placed against us. So the entire point here is to get involved in politics. He can't hold our hand through the entire process of getting involved. He's like a bajillion years old. You know? The goal is that, like, if you got to get yourself through that door. You got to get yourself through that Google search process. Like, it's not his job to talk about 5 calls and faxing lawmakers. That's my job. You know? He's busy, like, doing based stuff in Congress and, like, going around the country and giving talks and, like, getting people out and involved and volunteering. You know, he built the entire apparatus for what allowed Zoran Mamdani to win. You know, like, he got an entire generation of young people involved in, like, organizing efforts on the left in this country. And, like, yeah, we gotta step up. We gotta stand up. Gotta do. It's not enough to just, like, talk shit. You gotta do shit. It's not Bernie's job to promote 5 calls. It's my job to get you all part into the DSA. Yeah. Again, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? What do you have to do, right? 1, you have to organize. Okay? So you look around your community and figure out how best you can organize within that community. You know, DSA, great place to start. The local Democratic Party, great place to start. Radicalize it. But there are going to be other groups too that you can join with and organize with that I'm sure are just as productive, if not more so. Look around, figure out how you can help, get involved, and make sure you start, like, paying attention to your local politics. Show up to your town, your city hall. Show up to your town halls, your council meetings, all of that. Okay? You gotta get involved. You gotta know what's happening. Because otherwise, it's just a small handful of people who actually care and actually pay attention that are going to be maneuvering everything around you. You're just going to be subjected to the whims of your community. You have to actually take agency in order to have agency. God. So we need to get involved, and not just because it's good to be involved, not just because, oh, well, you know, maybe if we all work together, we can make something happen, but, like, genuinely, because if things get worse than they are right now, it is good to be in community with others. For your own protection, for the own betterment of your community, it is good to know and be known. Okay? And this bill is really, really fucking scary. The catastrophic consequences of this bill cannot really, I can't really do them justice. I'm sorry. But I am going to throw this out there as well, okay? Over here. Throughout the month of July and early August, there are going to be, Indivisible is going to be doing some different organizing training seminars. If you would like to build up skills to be a better community organizer, to be able to get out there, to be able to be more effective out in the field, as it were, I just linked this event in chat. And this is basically to give you the skills to better be able to get out there, organize, get people together in your community, and be the glue that, you know, serves as a foundation here. Okay? Because we need people to get involved. We need people to give a shit And we need people who are willing to like knock doors. Okay. Training seminars. Okay. Session 1 is the moment and your mission. Session 2, how to make it happen. Session 3, what now? So basically sign up for all 3 of these if you can, but all of them will be useful to you and your desire to organize. Okay, folks? I'm looking at legal observer training around that time. I have not been through that, but that's awesome, Rhyme Jack. So get out there, organize. And the other thing is, again, folks, mark your calendars for July 17th, because that is the next mass day of action. Last one was called No King's Day. Now it's going to be Good Trouble Lives On, July 17th. And it's time for us to get out in the streets again. Okay, and we need to keep on organizing. The last one was one of the largest civil rights demonstrations in U.S. history. Let's make this next one even bigger. July 17th. Get the word out, folks. I'm going to link this in all of the chats. Please share it far and wide, okay? This is not the end-all, be-all of organizing, but what needs to happen in this country is people need to treat organizing like a muscle. The more you get out there, the easier it gets to get out there more often. Okay? That's what we got to do. You know, get the wine moms used to going out there. Get the country used to the fact that we're going to be mass mobilizing, mass protesting. That's 3 days after Bastille Day. Bring big French energy. Honestly, yes, we are lifting weights every time we have one of these mass organizing events. It gets people used to hitting the streets. It gets people used to like actually doing shit. And we need to get closer to that French energy, unironically. You know? Get out there. You know, you need to walk before you can run. Running time's not that long from now, okay? God. Yeah, walking ain't it, but we got to learn to walk before we can run. So let's get training for the marathon we got. Oh God. So call your representatives, get organized, figure out some way you're going to be organized, folks, and get in touch with other people in your community. Okay? Make time for these protests. We gotta go, folks. We gotta go.
Liberty, fraternity, equality. I'm down for a French energy.
You know, not bad. Not a bad call to action. You know, not a bad call to action at all. And with that, we're going to be done with this segment because, I mean, it's just bad, and I feel like we've been over how it's bad, but we have to take action so that we can like continue to take action. What is the date again? July 17th for the next mass day of protest. Get out there, folks. Also, start considering how to build a group to maintain a sustained protest by taking turns with friends and rotating in and out. True. Is there a website where I can keep track of protest events? Not that I know of, but that'd be super sweet. Is there a calendar somewhere, or do they intentionally not give people enough time to ask off for work? My understanding is that the date was picked like a couple weeks ago. And generally, it's been like after every mass day of organizing, they choose another day to organize. But like the goal is to amp up these protests. Not everyone is going to be able to make it to every protest. Now, folks, we've been going for almost 2 hours, but if you've been enjoying today's stream, or enjoying might be a tough word for it, if you've been getting anything out of today's stream, please consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, that subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys are what make this stream possible. Don't make enough money off of ad revenue to keep things afloat. You guys are what allow me to keep going. And would very much appreciate the support here, folks. And Jazz Dog, hello, just in time. Remember to click the button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click 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 button. Matthew H, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Matthew H. Happy birthday to you, and many more. You and your partner are so cute. Thank you, Vaughn400. Let's see here, folks.
Oh boy, the election of Board of Supervisors in Dist 1 in San Diego has me anxious. Pulling for the progressive.
I'll keep my fingers crossed. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 super chat and for supporting stream. Very much appreciated. Floored by just how nice your singing voice is. Thank you, Travis T. Is there any respectful debating allowed on this channel? Absolutely. Be wary of anything that asks you to RSVP. That's good advice, Astral Sea Star. In debating whether to eat pizza or chicken. Well, what kind of pizza and what kind of chicken? I feel like those are really big categories. How we all doing, folks? Are you guys ready for like so many like awful segments? Today it's been a lot.
Riverboat Jack's streams are supported by viewers like you. And I realized I'm a viewer like me.
You are a viewer like you, quite Kitsune, and there's no other viewer quite like you. So thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. Hello, Avalon of Babylon. I took weed, me high. Hello. Hello. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Woke up thinking I'm ready to be a huge pain in the ass to my elected officials. Fuck yeah. Let's see, Folks, how do I support without spending cash? You could hit the follow button, but if you've hit the follow button already, you can jump over to YouTube and hit the like button on the YouTube stream or share around the stream. Always appreciated. You're so amazing, Jack. I love you. Thank you, Avalon and Babylon. Appreciate you. All right. We have content to cover today, folks, and a lot of it's bad, but maybe we'll just saunter on through and see how we do here. Think I see where this is going? Maybe.
Riverboat Jack is supported by secret money from mysterious sources, like you do it.
I'm the keeper of the secret fire, and as such, I need the secret funds to fund the secret fire, of course. Thank you for the $5 dono, trains and bullshit. Let's see here. Let's go. Gotta make this smaller. Go. Cool. I didn't know the Earth existed before 1994, personally. I mean, that's because we've worked very hard to keep it secret from all of you. Ah, damn it. Revealed the existence of 1993. Damn it. Let's see. Let's jump into it.
Of course!
Here we go. So, folks, there is... the fucking timing. Tacoma Blues, thank you. Also, I know your username is Tacoma Blues. You know, Tacoma Blues. But my brain reads it as Taco Ma Blues. Like, you know, like, my friends. Taco Ma Blues. Like, that's how my brain wants to read your username. But thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. That's the idea. Taco them blues? Hell yeah. Tacos are life. Everyone loves tacos. Taco my wife. All right. We're starting over again. Sorry. So, folks, there is this guy named Zoran Mamdani. You might have heard of him. We've talked about him a fair bit on this channel lately. He's running to be mayor of New York City, the city of Broadway. And he's doing pretty well. He made it through the primary process and like overwhelmingly defeated Andrew Cuomo. You know, the Democratic machine that was endorsed by Bill Clinton, of all people, and Alan Dershowitz, of all people. Just an Avengers-like assembly of people who are BFFs with Jeffrey Epstein. And, well, Zoran Mamdani he's doing well. Like, he's continuing to campaign. It's been really great. Let's take a look at how he's doing. All right, he put out a video just the other day. Let's take a look at it.
1 week ago, we shocked the establishment and redrew the political map with a campaign relentlessly focused on the needs of working people. Since then, a lot of people have asked me if I was surprised by the results. In some ways, I was. We always thought our victory would come after multiple rounds of ranked choice voting. So when we got more first-round votes than Eric Adams got in 7 rounds in the last election, it was astonishing. But in other ways, this was always the plan. We wanted to rebuild a coalition that had frayed over years of disappointment and neglect, to win people back to a Democratic Party that puts working people first. So let's break it down. Last November, New York City saw some of the biggest shifts towards Donald Trump of anywhere in the country. Much of it took place in working class and immigrant neighborhoods. A few days after the election, we went to Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx, not to lecture, but to listen. And what we heard was a desire to bring down the cost of living. That was our focus, and many of those voters came back. Brighton Beach went for Trump by 44 points. Last week, we won it by 16. College Point.
Do you guys have any idea? Like, that is huge. That is huge. Now, you might say, well, okay, but the Trump vote was in the, it was in the general election. This was in a Democratic primary. Understand that, like, if this was a more conservative area, they would have gone with the more conservative Democratic candidate. It's a huge win when we see that this is the actual breakdown.
It was a plus 11 Trump neighborhood. We took it by 8 points. We saw similar or even bigger swings in Bath Beach, Astoria Heights, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The headline is clear. We can win back voters many have written off if we give them something to vote for, not just tell them what to be against. When Eric Adams eked out a win by 7,000 votes 4 years ago, he called it a mandate and pronounced himself the new face of the Democratic Party. Even then, it was a little ridiculous. But in some neighborhoods, he did put up impressive margins. Take Flatbush, for example. Eric Adams dominated there, double digits ahead of his next rival. On Tuesday, there was also a double-digit victory, except it was for us, over Andrew Cuomo. We flipped Crown Heights by 45 points, North Corona by 33, and Jamaica by a staggering 57 points.
Holy shit. Holy shit. You flipped Jamaica by 57 points? That's nuts.
These are the outer borough voters that Eric Adams said he'd bring with him to City Hall. He served as donors instead.
Okay, I need to be completely transparent with you guys. If I am an establishment Democrat and I see this breakdown come out, and not only do I see these internal numbers come out, but like Zoran Mamdani is using his political machine to put out a video clearly explaining them, I start wetting my pants a little bit if I'm a mainstream Democratic consultant, because this man's given the game away. He's given the game away, and that's really, really, really bad news for establishment Dems. This is one of the reasons why, folks, I've been talking a little bit more about www.runforsomething.net. It's because it is an organization dedicated to helping you guys, we the people, run for political office. And we need more people to step up to the plate and run for office right now. Largely because the Democratic Party, the Democratic establishment, has never been more vulnerable to progressive messaging than it is right now. They are weak, they are cowardly, and we need to remove them for our own survival. DNC consultants and establishment politicians should be quaking in their boots.
Whether we're talking about young voters, older voters, or just plain disaffected New Yorkers, no campaign in recent history has been as successful at driving new voter registrations, especially in the 100 days before the election. Just take a look at this graph. According to the Times, in the 14 days before the registration deadline, about 37,000 people registered to vote. That's over 10 times the number of new registrations over the same period of time in the 2021 mayoral primary. As a result, we won big with zero prime voters, New Yorkers who had not voted in any recent mayoral primary. For instance, in Gravesend, at least...
This is, by the way, this is the exact strategy the Democratic Party should be pursuing in the general. He overwhelmingly won by getting people excited and involved in the democratic process. Do you guys have any idea how hard it is to get people to vote in a primary? Like, it's really difficult. It's really hard. And he's out there making it happen. Okay, what was that site again? Here, let me type it out. www.runforsomething.net. I said it, but now let me type it to you. There we go. Oh, sorry, YouTube chat needs the HTTPS. There we go.
32% of all voters were first-time primary voters. Most campaigns focus on triple primes, New Yorkers who voted in the last 3 primaries. But this strategy ignores most of our city. Yet we knew that we could turn them out if they saw themselves in our policies. We ran a campaign that tried to talk to every New Yorker. Whether I could speak their language,
आपकी वजह से हमने $8 million रेज किया है, 6 लाख से ज़्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए हैं,
or just tried.
que se comprometa al bienestar.
All the words are new! And the coalition that came out on Tuesday reflected the mosaic of these 5 boroughs. We won South Asian neighborhoods by huge margins in places like City Line, Ozone Park, Jamaica Hills. We won Latino neighborhoods like Corona, Washington Heights, Pelham Bay, and Woodhaven. We won many of the same Chinese voters that turned out for Trump in Flushing, Chinatown, and Bensonhurst. And in the final months of the campaign, we narrowed Andrew Cuomo's once sizable lead with black voters, outright winning young black New Yorkers in neighborhoods like Harlem and Flatbush. Andrew Cuomo and his super PAC spent more than $31 million. That's about $87 per vote. We were focused on affordability, and it cost us only $19 per vote. But what you did for us was worth so much more than what money could buy. The result? We shattered everyone's expectations, including our own. A Cuomo spokesperson put it best, saying they had not foreseen our ability to, quote, expand the electorate in such a way that no turnout model or poll was able to capture. Conventional wisdom says the left can only win low turnout elections. We rewrote the rule book by, get this, talking to New Yorkers. Politics in this city won't ever be the same, and it's all thanks to you. The next chapter begins today, New York.
He's such a cutie patootie. He's such a cutie patootie. Which is why, you know, if you're an establishment Dem, you are terrified. If you're a Republican, you are racist and infuriated about Zoran Mamdani. And what I mean by that is that the President of the United States today threatened to have Zoran Mamdani arrested and deported.
Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mandani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy...
Man, also, can we just like pause and take a moment? How is it difficult to pronounce Zoran Mamdani? It's not a hard name to pronounce. It's a 2-syllable name. Like, are you... It's like not being able to say the name Blake or Nora. Are you kidding me? It's not a difficult name. Yeah, I saw a Fox News contributor, not a Fox News contributor. I saw a Fox News host saying that it was too hard to say Zoran, and so he started calling him Zorro. Zorro Mamdani. Like, these people are just so racist, they can't even be bothered to string 2 syllables together.
ICE and will not allow...
And I know that they don't want to say it properly, but they don't want to say it because they're racist. Like...
ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani.
Well then...
God. Also, Zoran Mamdani is not a communist.
We'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this.
See, like, I'm sorry. We got caught up in the semantics.
Said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look.
Like, I'm sorry. He has the right to actually do that. That he has the right and is enough of a leader to actually stand up to bullies.
We don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be.
Okay.
Be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist.
Your beloved New York City.
Yeah, so that is the president of the United States threatening to jail his opponents based on their political ideologies. That's that is the president of the land of the free, supposedly, doing that. Very, very cool. Super neat.
City may.
God, sorry, I accidentally clicked on that. Here was Zoran Mamdani's response, by the way. The President of the United States just threatened to have me arrested, stripped of my citizenship, and put in a deportation camp and deported.
I have to point out that the press conference where the President of the U.S. threatened to jail a candidate for mayor of New York took place in a literal concentration camp in bumfuck Florida.
That's true. It did. And we'll talk about that concentration camp later. The President of the United States just threatened to have me arrested, stripped of my citizenship, put in a detention camp, and deported. Not because I have broken any law, but because I will refuse to let ICE terrorize our city. His statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. We will not accept this intimidation. That Trump included praise for Eric Adams in his authoritarian threats is unsurprising, but highlights the urgency of bringing an end to this mayor's time in City Hall. At the very moment when MAGA Republicans are attempting to destroy the social safety net, kick millions of New Yorkers off of healthcare, and enrich their billionaire donors at the expense of working families, it is a scandal that Eric Adams echoes this president's division, distraction, and hate. Voters will resoundingly reject it in November. And this is what we need right now, folks. We need people to stand strong in the face of fascism. We need people to meet that fascism with organizing. And that is exactly what the Zoran Mamdani campaign is doing. They are recognizing the fundamental premise at play in our political moment. And that is, one side has people and the other side has money. And we must out-organize their money. That is the entire name of the game for the next, 3.5 to, 8 years. We have to out-organize them and utterly and completely destroy the viability of the Republican Party. We need people with spines. We need people who believe in their principles. We need people who are willing to fight for the downtrodden, fight for the working class in this society, and to stand up in the face of billionaire power and say, no more. No more. We will not be for sale. They threw the world's richest man at Wisconsin in order to try and buy our elections. And the people of Wisconsin said no. The richest assholes in this country threw Andrew Cuomo at the people of New York City, and they said no. So we must continue to organize, and we must be able to meet these assholes wherever they choose to try and plant their flag, to similarly rise up and say no. That's our job.
If Trump tried to arrest and deport him, it would get the fence-sitting libs to at least move to the point of maybe Trump bad.
I mean, the fence-sitting libs are already at the point of Trump bad, but I genuinely, and this is my unabashed take here, if Zoran Mamdani is arrested by the U.S. government, there needs to be a level of mass unrest in this country, a level of mass protest, the likes of which we have never seen. Because if they can disappear, you know, the person who is most likely to become the next mayor of New York City, they can disappear anybody. They will disappear anybody. And so if that happens, we are in like a time where we need to actually like get up off our asses. It's not enough to just call members of Congress anymore. It's time to get in the streets, make noise, and like cause enough disruption in this society where like that is rectified. Okay? My fear is that if Zoran gets yoinked, establishment Dems will do the strongly worded letter routine and secretly be thankful he's gone. The issue is, like, I just don't think that can work. Like, that needs to be our storming of the Bastille moment. That is the levee of our democracy utterly and irrevocably breaking, and we need to go and fix it. We need to go and fix that mistake, lest, like, the flood of fascism kill us all. Okay? No. It's not, hey, like, oh, well, let's wait and see what, Democratic leaders. No, we will need to do that ourselves. Like, I see you guys being like, oh, no, they're not going to do anything. That's too fucking bad, because it's not their decision on whether or not to do anything anymore. It's ours. Okay? When we're talking about, like, if they arrest Zoran Mamdani, no, it's now our job. It's now our job to go out on the streets and cause such a level of unrest that we fix the problem. It needs to be like a South Korea, like, parliament situation, if you guys understand what I mean by that. It needs to be that we do something about it, and it cannot be dependent on spineless dipshits in the Democratic Party. They will have ceded their control, ceded their ability to say, oh, no, don't do that. That ship will have sailed. We have to take a general strike seriously as well. I mean, that is, in my mind, the entire purpose of us building up mass demonstrations with the No Kings protest, with the, Good Trouble Lives On protest on July 17th. Mark your calendars. The entire purpose of those mass demonstrations is to make it easier and more viable to organize a large number of people to do a peaceful disruption like a work stoppage. But we need to get closer to that. And honestly, with the level of disruption that would be necessary if the state seizes Zoran Mamdani, we are looking at the possibility of a spontaneous, national, frankly, spontaneous national strike. Yeah. I mean, like, this is the largest protesting muscle that has been flexed in American history in quite some time. Yeah, take your Stop the Bleed classes now, folks. Most Astros turf demonstrations ever? Nah. If we don't do the organizing now, we'll end up just like all the other strikes that pop out of nowhere every so often. Yeah, I mean, but like the entire issue is like you get enough people involved in protesting, in taking time off to protest, that eventually they become more comfortable taking work off to protest. Kind of skeptical of well, that, oh my God, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? You guys understand that I'm saying the planned protests are to grow an ability to do larger protest actions, right? You guys get that. And all I'm saying is, in the process of building that up, there is a possibility of sporadic, work stoppages, sporadic strikes. And in the chaos of that kind of disruption, that type of work stoppage becomes more likely. I'm not saying it's super likely. I'm just saying it's a possibility that is much closer to being a reality than it was, a year ago. We're exercising our muscle that will get us closer to that point. But Donald Trump is not the only person super afraid of Zoran Mandani. Let's take a look here at one Steven Crowder and his idea about how communism works. And I'm excited to take this journey into Insanityville with all of you. So here we go.
We have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it is the end goal of ceasing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment.
So just to be clear, seizing the means of production, that is the Communist Manifesto. That is...
Yeah, but I'm really looking forward to this, guys. I don't think Steven Crowder knows what communism is.
Value in contrast, right? Remember I told you were going to have 8 years of Obama, 4 years of Donald Trump, and then when we had 4 years of Joe Biden, I said just the contrast is what's most valuable. And that's why Trump has a really good chance of winning. And I hope that he continues this contrast, because we see the difference, honestly, faster than we thought it would come to fruition. 8, 4, 4, so 12 years of basically one administration, Obama and Biden. It's an extension of the same. And one of these things is not like the other. The same can be said for New York City, because we are looking at an actual communist who wants to take over.
Well, to be clear, he calls himself a socialist, and there may be a meaningful distinction between those two things.
City that is already struggling, make it worse, and you'll have a timeline that will exist at the same period of time that Donald Trump is taking the country in the exact opposite direction. None of these facts or individual, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. Context matters. I actually think there's a real silver lining here if Mamdani happens to win.
Zoran is a f***ing commie. Oh, you thought New York was bad before. Ideas on policy.
I can just... Even their attempts to make him look bad still include scenes like this where it's like, oh, wait, taxing the rich. That, okay, all right. Building affordable housing. Ooh, freezing the rent. City-owned grocery stores! Free childcare, be afraid! Fast buses! Woo! You'll get to work more on time. Woo! Come on.
South straight out of Zimbabwe. Well, lips don't care about that.
Oh, good. The racism. Also, I just have to ask.
About before, IDs on policy, South straight out of Zimbabwe.
So, to be clear here, you think these policies, these policies are what is happening in Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe has fast, free buses, free childcare, city-owned grocery stores, frozen rent, affordable housing, and taxes the wealthiest people in their society. I don't think that's true at all. But you know, if it is, good for Zimbabwe. Or as the song says, Zimbabwe.
That's fun.
It's a literal pronunciation of Zimbabwe.
It is. You have to make it fit.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, a lot of people don't realize this, and we talked about this when we covered this on election night. We said, you know, if Donald Trump is within 16 points, I believe, was the metric in New York, we said that would be historic. That would be better than anyone since George Bush Sr., and that would be a pretty good indicator that he's going to win the popular vote. And we had some people here who, I mean, it cost us millions of dollars, who their analytics were right. We were correct. We were also correct in calling Georgia. So a big story from that election that many people may have missed is that the biggest swing that took place.
Oh God, just Kenny. I can't even begin to rank the Steven Crowder cast on a scale of fascism. I will note that they appear to have fired the producer that they all called Quarter Black. So, yeah, that's an interesting development in the Steven Crowder universe.
For Donald Trump was actually urban areas. Urban areas, that's where he improved the most, by around 8% on average. Gosh. And that happened because of policies.
Yeah, Steven Crowder does look increasingly divorced, and I'm not sure how that's possible, since I'm pretty sure he's still in the process of getting his first divorce.
That people like Mandani want to put on steroids. So if you missed this last week, Zohran Mamdani, he won the New York City, the Democratic primary. And there's going to be a showdown, him, Eric Adams, and Cuomo. It seems like Mamdani is the clear favorite right now. So when you understand that Stalin Mamdani would be awful for New York, and if you also agree with me that...
Wait, but why? You haven't made the argument that about why he would be bad.
I don't really care about New York anymore. At the same time as the country improves, then it becomes a cautionary tale like Detroit. It becomes a cautionary tale like California, and people
Marauding Army, I don't know if his dad is his segment producer, but I know that his dad, like, funds his show. You know? So, maybe business partner? I don't know. He periodically has his dad on the show.
Remember it. So let's first get to the problems presented by Mamdani's blatant love and leaning in towards socialism.
So when people say democratic socialist, right? And I'm curious what you think this means. I mean, do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And
Based. Wow.
I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades
Crowder
ago.
hates socialism so vehemently because his soon-to-be ex-wife is in the process of seizing at least half of the means of his production law.
It's true, very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono.
He said, call it democracy.
Also, can we just note again, and I know I think I've already talked about this interview in particular, but like, he's so good at this. He's like, yeah, I have critiques of capitalism, much like Martin Luther King Jr. did. You know, like amazing, amazing connection to someone that is basically universally understood in all non-fucking weirdo circles to be like a cool dude that actually was onto something there, was kind of cooking, actually.
Democracy, or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. Grocery prices are out of control. The cost of
In New
eggs
York.
and milk has skyrocketed. Some
Pause.
stores are even using
Incredible stuff. Even Steven Crowder can't make him look bad. It's fucking incredible. Yeah, man, play more of his ads on your channel. You'll radicalize your conservative audience into being socialists in no time. Let's go.
Pause. Yeah, well, that's because in New York, the price of milk for a gallon is $5.93 right now. It's $4 in the rest of the country. Eggs, rest of the country, $4.50. In New York, $7.
Yeah, so maybe the guy campaigning on cheaper groceries is kind of onto something, right? Maybe the socialist is kind of onto something, right?
To be clear. So when he's complaining about the cost, like, well, yeah, the costs in your city, and has that city been a bastion of fiscal conservatism? Oh, keep doing more of it? Okay, let's see how that works out. Let's.
Wait, you have to make an argument. Your argument is just fiscal conservatism will surely bring down the prices, when like fiscal conservatism doesn't lead to that. Fiscal conservatism balloons prices for things. Oh God!
Let's
Are $7 eggs expensive compared to a few years ago?
That would seem so. Yes.
Because I feel like
Wait, who's this guy?
everything in New York is always more expensive.
It's always more expensive.
Isn't it?
It's always more expensive, and it's been a less.
Yeah, almost like logistical concerns in a city make the prices go up.
Just utopia for quite a while, really. So
that even might be a lie.
One of the most overtaxed people in the country, and they're losing people because of the taxes. $4.50 for eggs across the country, $6.99.
Yeah, because the rich people are moving out of New York City because of the higher prices of eggs. You know, typically that's what, you know, the people that I know who are millionaires, I don't know anyone who are millionaires, but if I imagine a millionaire, I don't imagine they're particularly upset about the price of eggs being $1 or $2 higher than usual because they have $1 million. That is enough for at least 2 dozen eggs.
In New York City. Let's continue with more propaganda from this guy, but it's good for us.
Pricing, jacking up the cost over the course of a day depending on what they can get away with. It doesn't need to be this way.
Yeah, that is kind of bullshit, isn't it? Interesting that you paused right in the middle of him complaining about how the fact that in New York City you can have surge pricing that makes a product more expensive depending on the time of day it is. Like, that's crazy. That's nuts. That should be illegal. That is a conservative policy.
I'm Zohran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores.
Hell yeah.
It's like a public option for produce.
Breadlines.
We will redirect city funds from corporate supermarkets to city-owned.
Well, wait. No, people would still have the option of going to a different grocery store. It's not bread lines. And I would just like to point out, bread lines form because people can't get bread. Right? Like, if you have a bread line, it's because bread is being given out and you need bread in order to not die. Yeah, because you can't get it through other means. If they could have gotten that bread by going to another grocery store, they would already be doing that, but they can't because the proposed municipal grocery stores that Zohran is running on here would be opened in food deserts, i.e. places where people can't just go to a different grocery store, you know, because the private industry of capital has deemed that not to be profitable enough in that particular area.
grocery stores, whose mission is lower prices, not price gouging. These stores will operate without a profit motive or have.
Well, because they're being run by the city government, they don't have to be run at a profit. Because a government doesn't have to run at a profit.
To pay property taxes or rent, and will pass on those savings to you. And the beauty of it is that it doesn't just apply to corporations headquartered in New York City. Because when you say this, people will say, well, they're going to go to Florida.
Yes.
Wherever you are headquartered, as long as you do business in the state of New York, you are taxable for that.
I just want to do business in New York.
About corporations that are making millions.
Yeah. You know what a good sound business decision is? Ignoring one of the largest financial hubs in the entire world, and just don't do business there. Just don't do business in that place. Yeah, just ignore a market of millions of people. That's a savvy business decision.
Millions of dollars, not in revenue, but in profit. And the second is taxing the top 1% of New Yorkers. We're talking about people who make $1 million a year or more, taxing them just by a flat 2% tax increase.
You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality.
And we have to ensure
based. Wow.
That we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it is the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment.
So just to be clear, seizing the means of production, that is the Communist Manifesto. That is communism. He just said it. He said it's not popular right now, but that's ultimately what we want.
Seizing is good usually.
Yes.
You take things from people, from the country. That's a good thing.
That's saying the quiet part out loud. Now
I mean, I'm pretty sure Steven Crowder regularly celebrates the seizing of like American territory from indigenous people as a good thing. So, like, I don't think his stance on this is based on principle.
Video was uploaded yesterday. It wasn't new from yesterday, but this is what this guy thinks.
Also, again, seizing the means of production can take a lot of different forms. One of those forms, by the way, can be workers buy the company from the founders. I imagine Steven Crowder wouldn't have any problems with a voluntary transfer, a voluntary sale. You know, and I think that when they are trying to gesture at, hey, seizing the means of production, they're trying to do it like it's a scary thing, when in fact it could just be as simple as Bernie Sanders' old proposal, which is that, hey, if you are a private company and you want to sell your company to another company, say a private equity firm, you actually have to offer your company to the workers at your company first. They have the right of first refusal, i.e. they can choose to band together and buy the company themselves and then collectively own it. And that, I think, is perfectly fair. People who are putting in their entire lives into working for a given company, they deserve compensation and representation. But I digress.
Just go back to the grocery store example really quickly and see how long does it take you to figure out that this won't work. I now have a business that's going to compete with every other business, except they don't have to make a profit, they don't pay taxes, and they don't pay rent. What do you think is going to happen to all of the other businesses that operate typically on one of the slimmest profit margins in industry? Probably about 4 or 5%.
Yeah. That's the fucking point, man. The entire point is that the municipal government can operate just at cost. So they can open and run a business in places where private businesses wouldn't be able to. So that, you know, the public can be served by the government. Right? The entire purpose is of that, but like he's fear-mongering here about the fact that municipal grocery stores are too good of an idea, and thus, because there's no profit motive in the government owning and operating municipal grocery stores, you know, the government will slowly supplant grocery stores. to be run at not a profit and just to provide services to the, public. And, as we talk about this, that actually sounds good. That sounds good though, actually. If you have city owned and operated grocery stores to make food available, that sounds pretty all right, actually. To provide cheaper food for people to eat, that sounds good. That doesn't even mean, by the way, that the companies making the food and providing the food aren't making profits. It just means that the distribution point isn't acting as a middleman and taking a share of the revenue for their own profit. But whatever.
Grocery stores are just going to go away. You remember the food desert thing?
Grocery stores are just going to go away, except for the ones that the city opens. The city that you have elected representation in to help run. So, the municipal grocery stores would just be too efficient and too cheap. And you don't want too efficient food. You don't want food that's both cheap and like not screwing you over. You guys need the intrinsic value of a board of directors squeezing profits out of you. You all need that. It's what adds flavor to your food. Sure, at some point we'll get some sawdust in your bread, but you know what? The true seasoning is what matters, and that's profits for the executive class.
That wasn't real? Guess what? The reality of those things may be coming to New York.
Yeah.
There are already food deserts in New York. These people watch videos of urban areas that are food deserts, and they're like, look at all these people eating junk food. And it's like they're eating junk food because there's not like a grocery store where they can get produce. They're eating junk food because it's the cheapest way to get calories in your body. And they have no other option. They can't go over to the Whole Foods because the closest thing to their house is a fucking gas station. That's like the closest they get to fresh produce.
They're not going to survive. You can't. Guess who's going to go out? Do you think the big chain grocery stores are going to be the first to go?
Oh, just think of the mom and pop grocers. Surely there's no solution to this. I don't know. Maybe the mom and pop grocers being bought out and the mom and pops getting a nice big chunk of change to go live their best lives, to be run as municipal grocery stores. No, clearly not. No way. The poor mom and pops will all be homeless, living in more food deserts in New York.
No, it's every mom and pop shop in New York will immediately have to go out of business or find something else to sell.
Yeah.
Because there's no way to compete.
When that city-owned grocery store runs out of Skippy and Jif, guess what? It's Peter Pan for you, douche.
Yep.
Oh no.
It is laughable as a native New Yorker that people suggest that West Side socialites and corporate traders are going to flee NYC over a couple of percentage points. These people do not understand NYC.
It's true. Also, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. But, see what he did there? He's like, yeah, man, you might not be able to in one of these municipal grocery stores. It might be a true socialist hellscape, the kind of hellscape where they might sell out of a product and then you'd have to buy a different product that serves the same purpose that's just a different brand. And that already happens now. If your grocery store runs out of something, you just have to buy a different brand of that thing. That happens now. We're not so removed from COVID that we can't remember when it was impossible to get toilet paper. That happened under capitalism, bro. Peter Pan, it's a brand of peanut butter, sorry. Like he basically was like, if they run out of these 2 brands of peanut butter, you might have to buy a different brand of peanut butter. And it's like, oh, okay. The world will continue to spin.
Oh, Peter Pan's better.
And
No
then
other options.
it's going to be riot season.
Yeah, that's the more serious.
Food riots.
consequence.
Yep. So New York State, by the way, has a high.
So their argument is municipal grocery stores would be more efficient, and because they don't have to operate with a profit, and therefore food riots will happen because people will be able to buy the food that they need, and that will create food riots somehow.
Highest tax burden of any state, to be clear. New York City is even worse. All right. So when he talks about these government-run grocery stores, like you said, it's like Obamacare. It's a way of driving all competition out of business. So
I can't take it anymore. I need my Jeff Chunky PP. Time to get my gat. The food wars just suddenly turns into Mad Max up in there because they can't get the peanut butter they want. This is how conservatives think, though. It's like, if I can't get my preferred brand and cut of Hormel bacon, I will go on a massacre rampage. It's just like that. That is how the conservative mind thinks, And like, it's a little scary that they are just willing to outright say, yeah, we're going to have like mass civil unrest and conflict because you have to try a different brand of peanut butter.
They have a monopoly that would be paid for by taxes, which already has a state that already has the highest tax burden. Those people are going to leave. He just told you, well, if you're headquartered anywhere else, if you do business in New York, look, you just gave the blueprint to businesses. They're not going to do business in New York. They're not going to.
They absolutely will, because I can't believe I have to explain this, but if the tax burden goes up by 2%, they're not going to just not do business because suddenly their profit margin went from 30% to 28%. Like that's still a 28% profit. Hell, even when you're using the example of these grocery stores that are operating on like a 5% margin of profit, even if you increase the taxes by 2%, that's still a 3% margin of profit. They are still covering all of their expenses and able to pay out to their ownership. God.
To do business in a dying city, in a dying state. And by the way, it's not just taxing corporations, because he went on to specify, and he said something he didn't need to say because he's racist. He said that part of paying for some of the policies like transportation includes, quote, shifting the tax burden to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. What? He didn't need to say whiter.
He didn't.
You could have just said rich.
Hey, fun fact, folks. If the state of New York was a standalone, independent nation, it would have the 8th largest economy in the world. It would have the 8th largest economy by itself in the world if it was its own country. And New York City is the biggest chunk of that. So when they're saying like, oh, it's dying, it's not. The city. Oh God. Just Manhattan alone has a GDP of like $780 billion. If just Manhattan was its own country, it would be the 22nd largest country by GDP on the planet. Just Manhattan, not even the rest of New York City. These people are out of their mind and completely detached from reality.
Richer in New York City, we all know what that means. No one's going like, oh, Harlem.
That's a white. Those are white tax now.
Yeah.
Or half black, half white people gonna get a half white tax?
Could be.
I don't know. He's talking about property.
There's literally again, they're just like sitting around trying to think of the most racist way to implement taxation for no reason, based on nothing that Zoran Mamdani said. They're just like, what if we had racist taxes though? And honestly, they're probably going to warm up to that idea in like 5 minutes.
Property taxes. It could have just been richer neighborhoods. It would have taken care of no matter who's there, but he's saying wider neighborhoods. Kristen Welker asked him that question and did it in a softball kind of way. She's like, well, don't you think that maybe some people might think that you didn't need to say that? And he said, well, I'm just saying what is. I'm not really saying that I'm starting from that prescription. And she didn't put his feet to the fire like she would have absolutely done if any Republican had said anything about a poor neighborhood and accidentally said ethnic.
Yeah.
In that.
Well, that's because there are specifically white communities that were created as a result of explicitly white supremacist policymaking in this country. That's one of the reasons cities like New York have predominantly black areas. It's a remnant of redlining policies and Jim Crow. You know, like
ethnicity. It doesn't matter what.
Well, here's why. Because the media, they're far more offended at someone sitting across them advocating.
No, it's because there's additional context that you guys consistently ignore.
For First and Second Amendment rights than they are someone advocating for communism. If it was a Hegseth or if it was a Vance saying, hey, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment really matters, or military, they would be
divorced first from his wife, then from reality.
They would be fact-checking, because that is more offensive to those in the media than a self-described Marxist advocating, by the way, for Marxism here in the United States. And
I love that he still hasn't made an argument against Marxism. It's just scary buzzword time.
Advocating for racial segregation, effectively, as a matter of policy.
No, he's advocating for taxation on wealthier neighborhoods. That's it.
That tells you how much you should despise the media. If someone in your social circle was okay with saying, yeah, by the way, we just need to tax people based on race more. If they're white, tax them more. And you had an entire group of people going like, oh okay, yeah, that's fine. And
he's not saying we need to tax all the white people more. He's saying that there are predominantly white neighborhoods in New York City that are disproportionately wealthy, and they should be taxed more because they're disproportionately wealthy. They live in neighborhoods that happen to be whiter. That's it. That because of the racism in the country, because of the history of that.
Lost their mind if they found out that you carried a gun? Would you still be friends with that? Of course not. You would realize you're not welcome. To the media, your point of view, you are not welcome. And then they want to blame you for their numbers cratering. Here's a funny post on X, actually. It was Germania Rodriguez Polio posted, me, a Venezuelan, watching.
Also, do people know that it's legal you can legally own a gun in New York? Like they'd lose their mind if they knew you had a gun. You can literally do that.
Rich celebrities campaign for government-run grocery stores. So they can have government-run grocery stores and increase their taxes on white.
Hey, you know, all I'm going to say here is you might have noticed that this particular tab popped up earlier in the segment. This is from the New Republic, March 24th. One way to fight rising food prices, public grocery stores. Other cities have already done this outside of New York City. That's so interesting. Let's take a look here. Here we go. As long as the city is willing to support the operation and potentially backfill losses for the first few years, it could be a lot cheaper than trying to entice a business to come to the community with large tax breaks. Malassi said. Chicago, for example, spent $10 million on tax breaks to entice a Whole Foods to open in the underserved South Side under former Mayor Rahm Emanuel, only to have it close after just 6 years. With a state-owned store, Malassi said, you might be able to break even and your community will be all the better for it. That's interesting. Let's take a look here. Let's keep going deeper into this, right? Yes. Chicago was supposed to lead the way by becoming the first big city in the country to open a publicly owned store this year, applying for money from a $20 million fund Illinois recently created to help start new grocery stores. Last August, a feasibility study found that it would only cost the city $2.7 million to open a new store on city-owned land and partner with an outside operator, and that such a store could earn an operating profit, albeit a small one. But in February, the city pivoted, saying it would instead open a public market that will sell staples and house spaces for local retailers and farmers to sell their products. The city wasn't able to find an experienced operator for the store to qualify for state funding, so it didn't apply. So basically, they changed their plan. But let's take a look here, because there are other ways to get these stores open. And it's almost like I prepared other tabs. City of Atlanta and to co-fund grocery stores in downtown Campbellton Plaza. This is from 2024. Let's see. According to a press release, the Invest Atlanta has approved $8.174 million to open the grocery stores in low food access neighborhoods. Let's see here. Yep. Locations offer affordable fresh produce, meats, meals, dairy products, etc. Awesome. Pew pew. So Atlanta's doing it. Hey, what about governing.com? Do you have any anything to say about this? Oh my God. There we go. 40 million Americans live in food deserts. Can government-owned grocery stores fix this? Let's take a look. Chicago, a name that's coming up again. Let's see. Running independent grocery stores isn't an easy business for anybody. In 2010 to 2019, they found that Dollar Tree and Dollar General stores opened in a neighborhood. Independent grocery stores were more likely to close, and residents were more likely to be left without fresh produce options. Because literally Dollar Tree and Dollar General and dollar stores at large are the things actually coming into low-income neighborhoods and killing mom-and-pop grocery stores. But Steven Crowder won't talk about that because, again, he just doesn't care about this issue. Let's take a look. When the city of Erie, Kansas polled residents on whether it should buy a grocery store, most said yes. The city hired an experienced manager to run it and considered slightly raising residents' utility bills, if needed, to pay for any increases in store operating costs. But as noted earlier, the city was unable to make a go of it. The city can play a very important role in catalyzing the development of supermarkets, but has a lot of options on how to do that, and some pose more risks and challenges. Well, how about this one? The town-owned grocery store in Baldwin, Florida, ran into similar challenges. The 1,400-person town opened its market in 2019 after the local for-profit grocer closed. It was truly not for profit. The market operated at a loss. Because it was a single store, Baldwin Market couldn't buy wholesale, making it hard to sell groceries at competitive prices, and the store closed last March. But not every municipal grocery is doomed to failure. Not far from Erie, Kansas, St. Paul, Kansas, a city of 600 people, acquired its own store in 2013. The impetus for the project began decades earlier. The city lost its grocery store in 1985, leaving residents at the time with just a cafe and convenience store or a 34-mile round-trip journey to the nearest grocery. That changed in the mid-2000s when the city, local community development corporation, and rural electric cooperative collaborated to build a grocery store. Initially, the city owned just the property and building and recruited a husband-wife duo to purchase the inventory and manage the store. When that couple decided to retire in 2013, the city bought out other partners, making the supermarket fully government-owned, and hired new managers to run it. 6 years later, the St. Paul supermarket was bringing in a profit slightly above average for a rural grocery store. Because again, this is a valid way to solve food desert crises. And if a town of 600 people can do it, So can a city of millions. Like to say New York City simply can't accomplish what St. Paul, Kansas was able to accomplish, I think is insane. And just disconnected from reality, frankly. But let's get back to this.
People, while the rest of the country sees reduced taxes and more affordable groceries, as we've seen with eggs and milk under Donald Trump. That's a good thing. It's not good for New York, so I'd advocate you guys just leave New York if you don't want to live in the hellscape that it's going to become. But having that contrast is going to be valuable for the country. Let's move on to the next one. There will be a contrast. And we have a direct apples to apples chart here. Mandani's policies on crime. Just to be clear, spoiler alert, he's pro that.
I'm not going to be working alongside the Trump administration to build the single largest deportation force in American history. I'm going to actually represent each and every New Yorker, and that includes immigrant New Yorkers, and that means standing up for the laws of this city, like our sanctuary city policies, which have kept New Yorkers safe for decades.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and they're
Wait, but that's not a violent crime. Someone coming up and taking a cardboard box off your doorstep, does it suck? Yeah. Is it violent? No.
happens to be a housing unit in
Absolutely.
that same dwelling.
Yes.
So violence is an artificial construction. We have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence of the highest degree.
By the way, this guy really hates doors.
Yeah, there's no person that he's yelling at. Just a closed door.
Maybe it's the...
I mean, it's okay to mistake Tom Homan for a closed door. He is, he shares many qualities with a door, basically made out of several planks of wood, incapable of understanding or feeling anything.
Molding?
He's a theater kid. Come on.
Just to be clear, he says stealing packages is considered violent.
Yeah, he's a theater kid. Not like anyone else on this show. Yeah, that's Zoran Mandani. He's a real theater kid. And everyone who's a theater kid should be really, really ashamed of themselves and probably get divorced too. And, wildly overcompensate with guns on their desk for years until they get, suddenly embarrassed about that. And so they put their gun away because they grew up a little bit. And then get involved in a real nasty divorce with the ex-wife, huh? That's what a real theater kid should do.
What's the forced part of forced entry, which is involved in most burglaries? They don't...
Well, wait, but we aren't talking... I'm sorry, forced entry during a burglary. A burglary is definitionally done when no one is home. So again, damaged property is not violence. Violence is, attacking a person. And again, it's not surprising that the Louder with Crowder crew wouldn't understand the distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happens?
Violence is when you use your muscles. Anytime you use your muscles for crime, that's a violence.
If I say don't do that.
Yes.
If I get in their way of burglarizing me,
then that's a violent crime. You little dingleberry. If you get in the way of a criminal doing a crime and they attack you, then it's violence. They are doing a violence. How is this difficult?
And I say, don't do that.
Well, they also don't want you to be able
just
to own
stop?
firearms either. So you just have to take the burglary. Which...
You can own firearms. I'm dying here.
Isn't violent because the policy forced you into taking it. I love it's a construct.
It's not violent if you are a bitch and you don't do anything.
It's not violence if you're a bitch. What is wrong with these men? Yeah, today I learned cardboard is people and deserves all of the same civil rights as people. You know, it's really weird how the Louder with Crowder crew and conservatives in general care so much more about property rights than like human rights. It's a very interesting situation, you know. What's wrong with these men? No fault divorce laws. Their wives were the only things keeping them tethered to reality. Oh, God. Folks, I'm using my precious time here on this earth to make fun of these people, and it's agony. But you know what? I do it for you. So like, comment, and subscribe, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., so that I can pay my moving costs, because I need to be able to do that, and you know, also continue to eat and not die. Logan Hill, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Thank you for greening up the joint over there. And if anyone else would like to help out, very much appreciated. And let's jump back into this, shall we?
About it.
Exactly. And by the way, quick fun fact, New York City is the worst city for package theft in the country. 2020.
Oh no. The violent package thefts. Wait, I just figured it out, guys. I just figured it out. Maybe the packages that are being stolen are you know, from mailmen. You know? From the mailmen packages. Like the you know, the I'm not articulating myself well. The packages, you know, the colloquial meaning of package, maybe they're being stolen from the men. I don't know. Just spitballing here.
Before was $1 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Malachite. You understood the type of mail I was talking about.
I wonder if this guy encouraging it will decrease it.
Yes.
And oddly enough, we can't account for Steven Crowder's whereabouts during those package thefts. None of us can account for his whereabouts.
No. What happened? No. What he's saying is that it doesn't exist. He's trying to make it seem like New York is a less crime-ridden city.
Also, GamerG, I don't know why it didn't read out your $5 dono, but they're saying, "Don't get mugged, bro. Just lock in. You can't get mugged." Yeah, I mean, if you're strapped up, you can't get mugged, guys. If you're carrying heat, you can't get mugged. Shamaniacal the Shawnite, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Let's go.
Telling you, he would remove that from being considered a violent crime, breaking and entering, so burglary, theft.
Yeah. The crimes that don't involve attacking or threatening a human being are definitionally not violent. Like if you are threatening or directly harming another human being, or hell, even an animal, you know, animal cruelty laws, etc., like, then you are not doing violence. If you're just doing property damage, that's damage. It's not violence. They're two different categories.
So crime is down.
Just redefine stuff and stuff goes down.
Yeah, crime is down. It also wouldn't be included in revenue losses due to crime in the city. So revenue losses are gone. They were wiped. We just don't count the theft. You, the American worker.
What are you talking about?
The business owner, the bodega owner, the grocery store owner, someone who owns anything in.
Okay, can CW, I see your comment about his biceps, and all I have to say is I do think that Steven Crowder is essentially pulling some kind of George Michael from Arrested Development. And if you guys don't know what I mean, just there's a show called Arrested Development, and there's a part of the show involves him wearing a muscle suit that is essentially this. There you go. And I think that's what Steven Crowder's doing.
In your own apartment in New York, you're the one footing the bill in taxes and in stolen stuff, because that's a social construct. Another stat that's quite, and by the way, this comes from Bloomberg, not a bastion of conservatism. Right. This is the contrast. Okay, the U.S. average as far as violent crime rates, right? A lot of the metric being used is pre-COVID crime rates, because it skyrocketed and then kind of went down. In the United States, the violent crime rate is down 6.4% as far as compared to pre-COVID levels. In New York City, it's still up 32.2% compared to pre-COVID levels.
Before or after sanctuary city policies?
Yeah, well, it's only, you see, sanctuary city, boom, gets worse. But if you just don't count crime. So again, we have that contrast. The costs in the country at large going down. New York going up. The crime, U.S. at large going down. New York going up.
Way up.
And he wants to double down on what has created the crap hole that is New York. Crime is going to continue going down.
I just, again, murder's down by like 25% in New York City. Like I just, Steven Crowder's like going nuts about this one, but like the violent crime in New York City is down. It like God, the number of shootings in the first 3 months of 2025 was the lowest since 1994. Come on, man.
Hello,
try a little better.
Jack. I would love to see you react to some of Alec Gunter's videos, just to get a different perspective. I have nothing against them personally, and I was curious on your thoughts. Less than 3.
I mean, I'd consider it. I have typically liked Alec Gunter's content, but thank you for the $10 super chat. I'll take a look and consider it.
In the United States, and with someone like this, it'll continue to go up. Costs are going to continue to go down in the United States, and there will continue to go up. I'm willing to bet that wages will continue to go up in the United States at large, and they'll go down in New York City when compared to the cost of living. I hate to say that New York
City rocks. Having ready access to like public transit, being able to go basically anywhere you want without a car, affordable, relatively affordable prices, considering, the wages in the city, good social services. And it's not perfect. It's far from that, but like, it's pretty good, all things considered. And it's full of people who actually look out for each other and try,
kind of has to be the sacrificial lamb here.
Yeah.
But I almost think it would be better if this guy won and you can lay it at his feet, because New Yorkers.
Hell yeah, I agree. It would be better if he won.
You get what you have been asking for. Some other policies that he's pushing for: ending cash bail. He wants to.
Oh no. No longer being kept in prison because you're poor. The horror.
To permit safe injection sites, which means doing drugs.
Oh no. People being able to, get the on-site care they need if there happens to be an overdose when they were going to do drugs anyway, and then having ready access services to help them get off of drugs at very specific locations. Wait, oh no, the horror.
Drugs in front of your kids.
Yeah, pretty much.
He wants to decriminalize all drug possession.
You can't bring. I'm pretty sure you can't bring your kids to a safe injection site because people work there. Like, I don't think they can legally allow you to bring your child in to do drugs with you. I'm just throwing that idea out there. Like, there are people who work at safe injection sites.
Possession. He wants to ban all guns and decriminalize all sex work, which is great for this.
I just oh god, decriminalize sex work. Hell yeah. Repeal the walking while trans ban. Hell yeah. Legalize marijuana. Hell yeah. Restrict solitary confinement. Hell yeah. Enact elder parole. I don't know what that is. Reenfranchise incarcerated New Yorkers. Hell yeah. You served your time. You don't need to be prohibited from voting. Decriminalize simple drug possession. Hell yeah. Repeal all mandatory minimum sentences. Hell yeah. Let the judge actually decide based on the merits of the case. Reduce maximum sentences with retroactive effect. Hell yeah. Repeal felony bump up statutes. Hell yeah. End cooperation with ICE. Hell yeah. Repeal sentencing enhancements. Hell yeah. And also, I haven't heard anything about him wanting to ban all guns. That seems like a crazy thing that I haven't heard him say at all. So,
ban all guns and decriminalize all sex work, which is great for this guy. He's thrilled. Yeah.
Freak.
And then there's this fun one there. He said, "We don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and what? This is one of the, okay, anti-queer and a major threat to public."
Yeah, anti-queer. They literally hunted gay people for sport in New York City. Like they would do night raids on like gay bars or like attack men sitting alone in parks after a certain hour. You know, they would police the clothing people wore in case they were too queer and too gay. Like, yeah, they were explicitly an anti-queer organization. The Stonewall riot didn't happen because the police are just super pro-gay.
Safety. Okay, hold on a second here.
Also, wait a minute. I'm noticing this tweet about banning all guns is from 2022, i.e., not one of his campaign promises.
Look, the racist thing is a trope, and by the way, you're more likely to be shot as an armed white person than an armed black person in this country. We have those stats, and you're far more likely to be shot as an officer by a black man than to shoot a black man. But I get it, right? It used to be like, okay, black people probably pulled over quite a bit more because some cops are racist. They might fit the criminal profile more as far as someone they're looking for. It used to be, but didn't just throw in anti-queer. It's just let's throw in any minority group. It used to be driving while black. Now it's driving while fag. I don't know how this.
So where I live, we spent years of the trial with decriminalized simple drug possession. It's done nothing but chaos, more chaos amongst the people who aren't using Fenty. Well, I mean, ideally, the reason you would decriminalize simple drug possession is because it's way more important and useful to spend the resources of the community to going after the distributors rather than people who are hooked on the drugs. Because if you're going after the people who are hooked on the drugs, you're just like, they're one, not going to get unhooked. And B, like, it's just playing whack-a-mole. You're not actually solving the underlying problem.
How can you tell? Is he?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
giving each other road. What's going on? How do you know?
You just pull them over. Go. What's the trendiest colored interior design?
Yeah, they go after both, but they go after both poorly when they could be spending their time and effort instead going after the actual root of the problem. You know, like, I don't know if anyone has ever done gardening here, but like, if you try and pull up like a whole clump of weeds, you know, it's really fucking hard to do that because that's a lot more things you're trying to pull up versus just you pull up the one main root of the weed, solves your entire problem right there. Takes a lot less effort, a lot easier, a lot more targeted. Doesn't disrupt the flower bed quite as much.
House chic. That's it. You're going to the clink.
Why is the cop gay?
I don't know.
They're all gay.
You'll never stop drugs? Not with that attitude. Also, like, obviously the best way to handle this would be to decriminalize drugs and, like, regulate an industry.
They're just all
So, NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. That's what we need to do is hashtag defund the NYPD. Yes, they are notoriously anti-queer. Who can forget the brutal beating of the Central Park 5 sodomites? That's, I believe, what he is referring to.
Some of them liked it. It's okay.
They rated
Ha 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 ha.
a YMCA. And to give you an idea, when he's talking about this, the crime and the costs, from 2020 to 2024, New York City lost an estimated 327,000 residents, meaning people are leaving, and he wants to double down on policy that will encourage them to leave. Hey, I'm okay. I'm here for it. By the way, we have more to get to. This guy is just, the hits just keep coming with him. Here is Mandani's even more radical stance on social issues.
And one of the things that we've said beyond saying that we're going to make a sanctuary city.
Yes, that is a
LGBTQIA plus workers, beyond saying that we're going to establish an office of LGBTQIA.
It's got, Your Honor.
It's also that we're going to provide
Listen to this.
$5 million in funding for gender-affirming care, the same amount of funding that the federal government threatened to pull out from local providers for that kind of work. And in this moment especially, if we want to fight the Trump administration, we have to do so by fully funding our own services, taxing the wealthiest New Yorkers and corporations.
Okay, let's assume the false premise of it's only going to be people earning $1 million or more, which, by the way, in New York City doesn't make you as rich as you think. I mean, $1 million doesn't get you a 3-bedroom walk-up in New York, to be clear. Okay, you really, really hate people making $1 million or more a year. All right, fine. Don't you still kind of think it's a move to make them pay for surgeries?
Yeah.
No. Because I believe in I believe medical science as opposed to, I don't know, the ramblings of a dipshit who doesn't know anything about science or healthcare. So I actually think it's a medically necessary intervention. But, you know, I suppose if you're a moron, you can convince yourself it's not.
Actually, isn't that still a little too far?
Sorry, we can't fix the roads. Patricia wanted her removed.
Yes. Exactly.
It's a not a move.
Right.
So
it's an inverted move.
Yes.
Split down the middle.
I was quoting.
That, you know, that reveals a little bit of advanced knowledge of like trans surgeries there, Stephen. Like you know a little bit too much about this, actually. Almost like you've been, I don't know, obsessed with us for a long time in a weird and slightly sexual way. You know, kind of like you've been chasing after us, in a sense.
So this gives you an idea how radical this guy is socially, because all of it has to be thrown into the same pot. These people have to be on the wrong side of every issue historically. They have to, because progress for the sake of progress leads to a clown show. In 2020, while running for state assembly, Mandani wrote, "Our campaign is guided by feminist organizers committed to liberation for all and who acknowledge the added barriers WOC, working class, and trans women have to overcome." Well, I thought you said feminists. What about trans women? Oh, you just act like the feminists, the longtime feminists who are opposed to men dressing up like women. You just act like they don't exist. Call them TERFs.
Oh God. Yeah, because they're not feminists. They don't actually believe in feminism. They have a different ideology. That's why they have a different referential phrase.
Okay, got it. We need a feminism for all in NY, where violence, including police violence against women, is epidemic. You're actually much more likely to be shot, stabbed as a man, end up in prison as a man, where you will also experience violence.
Well, that's, I mean, the trans women, they are men.
Right. I don't understand what he's saying.
And they are prone to violence. Not a scientific fact, but.
But I think he might be.
Do you understand how backwards you have to be to I don't know, just regurgitate the idea that yeah, I'm inherently violent. I can't be trusted. I might just haul off and punch somebody at a moment's notice. I'm also the most logical person in the room. You know, I'm not guided by my emotional instincts whatsoever, but if somebody crosses me, I will fuck them up with my fists. And I will assert my dominance. But I'm also very logical, and therefore I should run society. Yeah.
Be playing queer D chess, because he also tweeted in support of giving the COVID vax.
Okay.
To all prostitutes.
Now I'm on board.
So he said,
not getting it
sex
before?
workers of any gender or sexual orientation, like just say sex workers. Okay, we assume there are a few degenerates in there.
You don't need to list
We don't care, like sex work. We're already not on board when you talk about giving free stuff to sex workers. But then you say COVID vax, and I look at the stats on myocarditis. I go, oh, maybe I am on board. That's just me. I'm a horrible person. So it said sex workers of any gender or sexual orientation are now also eligible for vaccination, in addition to men, cis or trans, who have sex with cis or trans men or trans women and trans.
You know, why is he doing a lispy voice? Zoran doesn't have a lispy voice. Maybe Steven just really likes having a little bit of a lisp.
Non-binary and gender non-conforming New Yorkers.
Oh, good Lord.
What? So he supports vaccines for sex workers, along with, by the way, every single booster available, which may explain why every New York hooker looks like this.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so they're really gross. Like, what the hell? It is really weird.
I just got here. Is it just me? Or does the guy on the left look like he came from the Tim Pool cloning vats? Or cloning pool?
Uncle Gumbald, he does kind of look like that. Thank you for the $5 dono. And also, I just have to say, it's really weird being like a trans person and like seeing like the like just unabashed hatred for like people like me. And it's weird. You know, like does I feel like I'm getting gaslit a little bit, but like trans people are just normal people. And people like Steven Crowder, I think, and this is my personal belief, you know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm a little bit off base here, but my personal take is that Steven Crowder puts us up on like a certain kind of pedestal to fetishize us, and in so doing, in his own mind, he needs to lash out and try and be like, no, I'm only obsessed with trans people because of how disgusting they are. And like he tries to like reverse the pedestal, like you know, but like it just doesn't work that way. I don't think you can hide like an unhealthy fixation like this and actually have it work, because any normal person who just saw that, if you have no previous exposure to Steven Crowder, your reaction to that should be something along the lines of, holy fuck, what is this hateful weirdo? And like he and his crew just go titter, 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 chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Like it's a totally normal thing to do.
What do you call a
you know?
podcaster who constantly provides false dilemmas? Tim Boole. Hee hee nerd joke.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show and making this broadcast possible.
No tax on
we can tell.
Man, the forced laughter in the studio is always really difficult to like, what a terrible time they must all be having. I just want to time this real quick. So 1944, okay? How long do they keep
Mike
the
from
fake
the
laughter
Humanist
going?
Report talks about how he was a horrible homophobe when he was still in the closet and running from the realization that he was gay. Anything you want to tell us, Steven?
I mean, Pluvius, that is a common trajectory. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Or not super chat, dono. Very much appreciated. So 1944, let's see how long the fake laughter lasts.
No tax on
we can tell.
It turned out far more disturbing than I thought it would.
Yeah.
It's 2 a.m. You get on the G train.
Insulting women for any sexuality. Doing effeminate voice and lisp. Could these chuckle fucks have any more divorced dads at Hooters energy?
Oh, God. Yeah, sexually harassing divorced dads at Hooters. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. So we're currently, by the way, at 12 seconds of fake forced laughter.
Yes.
Not much better.
That's what you see.
Where's is it Berkowitz? Was it Berkowitz?
Yeah.
So we were at about 15, 16 seconds of awkward forced laughter for that bit.
Who was the guy who
David
took
Berkowitz?
No, Berkowitz was the guy who was the killer who talked to the dog. What's the name of the guy who was it? Bernie Getz. Bernie Getz.
Oh, with the
yeah, the guy who shot them. Where's Bernie Getz when you need him?
Well,
how did Mandani make it?
I don't know.
So he thinks that his policies.
Not calling for.
Wait. The Bernhard Getz incident refers to a shooting that occurred on December 22nd, 1984 in a New York City subway where Getz, a white man, shot 4 black youths who had approached him for money. He's asking, why can't someone shoot Zoran Mamdani?
For his death, by the way.
No, we're not. We're not. We're not.
We're not. Photoshop.
Yeah. We're not calling for his death, by the way. Haha. That's by the way why this producer is always on the show these days. It's so that he can shout out there, "No, we don't actually mean that. We're covering our asses legally."
We're just, I don't know. So Mamdani thinks that his policies will actually work.
We're not calling for him to be assassinated. We're just, I don't know.
Not only in New York, but for the rest of like even in places like Oklahoma, the whole country.
You're a proud democratic socialist. Do you think that is a platform that would work for other candidates running in other parts of the country?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is a campaign about inequality. And you don't have to live in the most expensive city in the country to have experienced that inequality because it's a national issue. And what Americans coast to coast are looking for are people who will fight for them, not just believe in the things that resonate with their lives, but actually fight and deliver on those very things. And part of how we got to this point was through the endorsements of Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who've been leading this fight against oligarchy across the country. And I think that in focusing on working people and their struggles, we also return back to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats in the first place.
So let me be really clear. I've talked about this. Inequality is not a problem in and of itself. Poverty is.
Yeah, what's poverty? What creates poverty, Stephen? In a capitalistic system that prioritizes profit, what creates the poverty, Stephen?
Okay, poverty is a problem. And you see much more poverty in New York. You also see more inequality across the rest of the country in rural areas, like you talk about, for example, Oklahoma or Texas.
Because it's a nationwide issue.
You see far less inequality in those areas.
Yeah, because Jeff Bezos doesn't live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, but actual American people do, and they call those places home. And they're being fucked over and having their wealth siphoned away from them by the Jeff Bezoses of the world, by the Elon Musks of the world. You know, Elon Musk rolls in, builds a data center in the middle of nowhere, and starts poisoning the air of the local towns around it. You know? That's what inequality leads to, Stephen.
To be clear, inequality is not the problem we need to address if we are lifting more people out of poverty. You can have more equality and have far more poverty. Or you could have more inequality, but you can have rising wages, right? Those are both options. You
could also, I don't know, tax the wealthy, because again, as Sam Cedar is very fond of throwing out there, all societies redistribute wealth. It is simply a question of who benefits most from that redistribution. And right now, the richest people in the world benefit the most from the current way we choose to distribute wealth in our society.
You can also have more inequality and you can have more poverty. That's what happens in New York City. But what they do is they prey on greed. And this is something that's very important, because when people say I'm a compassionate conservative, no, I think conservatism is already compassionate. I think that you work hard and you should be able to keep what you have earned.
That's not compassion. That's not what compassion is. That's actually greed. What you're describing is greed.
For your family. To be clear, the left, their version of compassion is preying on this inequality. So it doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't matter if you're better off. It's, hey, they have something you don't. It's basically
That's not what taxing the 1% is about. The 1% succeeds in our society because of the investments we have chosen to make as a society. As such, they should pay a greater share of the taxes than, say, Joe Schmo, who is struggling financially and has to worry about whether or not he's going to be able to afford food or rent that month.
Entire platform that campaigns on human covetousness, on human greed.
Yeah, that would be the campaign that is running on giving the biggest tax break in human history to the richest people to ever exist. That would be what you're describing, and that is the Republican Party and movement.
While gaslighting you into saying you're greedy for wanting to...
Yeah, he's basically looking at someone sitting on a pile of, like someone who's locked off like a Costco during the zombie apocalypse, and the guy who is like locked down the Costco and is like shooting like people who are trying to get in for food. And like, he's like, I'm the compassionate one here because I took all of this for my family. So that's real compassion. And you guys are all just greedy because you want the food I have and I'm shooting you over.
Keep what you've created, what you've earned.
Not my best analogy.
You're not greedy for wanting to take that person's stuff. Inequality is not the problem. It can be. When we see the greatest wealth transfer, for example, in our lifetime during COVID to the big tech giants. Why? Because mom and pop grocery stores were locked down and shut down. But you can still go to Costco. You can still go to Walmart. Amazon made a killing. Right? The inequality is almost invariably exacerbated by big government policy. Too big to fail? That's a policy that demands inequality. If there's a policy that says you're not too big to fail, even though you're a private business, but you are because you're big enough, you have now just created inequality. Inequality.
Yeah. I don't think he understands what he's talking about at all.
In variable outcomes for the average American. Maybe this person tried something on their own, took a risk, and makes $80,000 a year. Maybe they make $50,000 a year. Maybe this person started and they were more successful and they now make $350,000 a year. That's not a problem if people have equal access to opportunity and more people are being lifted out of poverty.
Yeah, that involves a wealth transfer. Lifting people out of poverty inherently means a wealth transfer to the people in poverty. That involves lifting them up.
For example, inequality tends to grow, no matter what, in a nation.
Yeah, almost like capitalism concentrates wealth at the very top of society, and if you don't actually have a mechanism to redistribute that wealth to the people at the bottom of the society, that inequality just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and that means the rich keep getting richer and richer and richer and have more and more power that they can use to further exploit their workers, to worsen their conditions, to pay them less. You are describing the fundamental crisis within capitalism, Stephen.
That is successful, right? That just tends to be the natural trajectory of things because you have people who figure out how to take advantage of that system. And as that system gets bigger and government gets bigger, there tend to be more levers that those people can pull. There was inequality that did widen under Donald Trump, but for the first time, average wages went up in 3 years over $4,000. They only went up $1,000.
Average wages, Stephen. Whose wages went up, Stephen? Was it the working class? No.
Under Barack Obama. Now, inequality was widening under Barack Obama, and certainly
Stephen Cowarder is what happens when you watch A Christmas Carol in reverse.
Well, didn't you know that Tiny Tim was actually very greedy? And really, Ebenezer Scrooge at the beginning of A Christmas Carol was very big-hearted and very much in favor of compassion.
under Biden, to be clear, wages went down $4,000 under Biden. So what's the bigger problem? That inequality tends to widen under George Bush, under Barack Obama, under Donald Trump, under Joe Biden, no matter what the policy is? Or would you rather address the issue of your wages? And part of that can be addressed by allowing you to keep more of your wages, as we see.
Mm-hmm.
They want
that you then have to pay more in rent, or like it gets squeezed out of you by inflation, by the increasing cost of goods, by the innumerable amount of different ways that you are, the cost of society is then placed upon you. The same way where the most recent budget bill that went through the Senate, like that is going to massively increase prices for health insurance in the state level marketplaces by like 3 or 4 times in some estimates. And it doesn't matter how good of a tax break you get if it's instantly wiped out by cost increases in a different aspect. Hey, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs.
want you to vote for them out of covetousness, while accusing the people who've worked their ass off and want to keep it of being greedy. Now, this doesn't work with everyone. Not everyone is enamored with Mandani, especially President Trump. Here's his post. He wrote, "It's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zohran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. We've had radical leftists before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible." People say, I would never say that. They said, this could be the end of my career. Not supposed to say it, but everyone says, he looks terrible, horrible. I say, don't say that. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC +3, dummies all backing him, and even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, is groveling.
Hey, why is it funny to call Chuck Schumer a Palestinian? Just explain the joke. Explain the joke. Because the joke seems to me that like you're oh, he's a Palestinian. That's funny because he's Jewish? Like what is the joke? Because kind of just seems like it's racism. Like that seems like racism is the joke. Like that's it. Yeah, Trump uses an ethnicity as a slur. I don't know. Seems weird. Seems bad.
Over him. Yes, this is a big moment in the history of our country.
And when he saw the video that we have of Mamdani eating.
Do we have the video?
Yes, we do.
Roll it.
He said gross.
So the third
gross. That's what he wipes with.
You see how they eat the rice with their fingers, lick it as they do it, and then chuck it back into the bowl?
Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
When you grow up as someone, especially in the third world, you have a very different understanding.
Yo, you could steal a fork. F you.
I've seen Slumdog Millionaire. They got them everywhere.
I order food. The thing about this show
Damn,
is that
dude.
Trump is such a buffoon that even conservatives can't resist doing the voice.
They can't. They can't. God, it's so weird. Also, can we just like take a moment to address the eating with his hands thing? It's so bizarre, right? House Republicans condemn Mandani for eating with bare hands. Go back to the third world. And like, this is the local news report. This is how you're reporting a news story? Like, man eats with his hands. He's being condemned with eating with his hands, but you're not going to stand up and condemn House Republicans for saying to a fellow like politician to go back to the third world. He's a US fucking citizen. Yeah. Civilized people in America don't eat like this. If you refuse to adopt Western customs, go back to the third world. God. Also, one minor prop to the writer of this piece. Eating with one's bare hands is not exclusive to developing regions, as this practice is also observed in countries like India and the Philippines. Many common American foods are also eaten with one's hands, including hamburgers, hot dogs, and ribs.
Trump eats pizza with a knife and fork. He calls himself a New Yorker.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And damn. Trump would eat pizza with a knife and fork. But like hamburgers, hot dog. Yeah, we eat hamburgers, hot dogs, and ribs. Does Brandon Gills in the house? Does he not eat ribs? Does he eat ribs with a knife and fork? Does he cut up his hot dogs and hamburgers? Like, damn.
Ooh, they come with 6 forks.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Fork? I don't know.
I actually wrote no utensils. They gave me extra utensils.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
He didn't grow up poor either. Let's just be
He's
really
a trust
clear
fund
about
kid.
this.
Even Chinese people are like, I would rather use 2 little stick.
2 stick.
Pizza. We eat pizza with our hands.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Again, very, very much appreciated. But like, also some foods you eat with your hands. Like, I don't know. I've been to an Indian restaurant and I use naan bread to like eat some of the curry, like sumi. And I don't use a fucking knife and fork for the naan bread. Not a monster.
Then use my finger. That is disgusting.
What are your country you know have tree? Go take stick off tree.
Could be poop. Still you.
This is the same party, by the way, that told
Jesus Christ.
me to sing happy birthday while washing your hands in COVID, right? And to sanitize your packages. And he's eating with his
Well, wait a minute. The reason people were telling you to sing happy birthday while you wash your hands is so that you washed your hands an appropriate amount, Stephen.
I learned how to hold a pencil because I knew how to hold chopsticks before I held a pencil, and I'm as pasty as they come.
It's true. White people can, under the right conditions, learn how to manipulate chopsticks. It's true. It is a skill we've been known to be able to develop. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. God.
My Venezuelan brother-in-law eats arepas with his hands.
Hell yeah.
Hypers, they are so GGGGOOOODDDD.
Smelanie, thank you for the $5 dono. Also burritos. People eat burritos with their bare hands.
Wow, anyone listening to this unironically is a horrible person. Remember, the R stands for racist.
I mean...
Racist, sexist, Republican. These words are virtually interchangeable.
That was from a PragerU video. God. What about taco? Tacos sometimes also bare hands.
hands in a bowl after just wiping them on his pants like an animal.
It's like a wet rice dish.
For no reason.
It's got rice and some meat and sauce on it. He's just putting his fingers in there and saying, vote.
Yeah, you wash your hands after you finish eating your food. Oh, and as I was saying, the reason they were telling you to sing happy birthday during COVID is because many people don't wash their hands long enough. It's not enough to just like, you can't just like get your hands a little bit soggy and then like take 2 seconds and then like wash them again and you're done. Like you actually have to like wash your hands, get in between your fingers. You know what they teach children? They teach children when they wash their hands to sing the ABCs. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like you sing the entire goddamn alphabet. That's how long you should be washing your hands for in order to get them properly clean. Yeah, I better not ever see these men eating hot wings or fries, or I'm gonna lose it. Unironically, Harold, when I talk to you guys about how like the different rates of people washing and hand washing, and like only like 60% of men in this country wash their hands at all when using a public bathroom, and like there's like part of the reason men don't wash their hands is because they're afraid of being perceived as gay. Like this is the exact demographic of man I'm talking about. These men don't wash their hands enough because they're afraid it might make them look gay in the office. This is the demographic I'm talking about. How is washing your hands gay? Because it shows that you care about hygiene, and hygiene is associated with the gays.
Wouldn't having disease on your hands and then eating with them cause you to get sicker and have a higher chance of death? Isn't that Cowarder's goal?
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I mean, he is anti-vax, so I mean, I guess in a very strict sense, that is his goal.
I'm very familiar with West African food, and it's really common to eat jollof rice with bare hands or a bit of what's called puff bread. Same with Jamaica and rice and peas.
Is it pronounced jollof or yolof? Like, is the H is the J kind of like an H, yolof, or Y? But yeah, I've had that kind of rice before, and it's so fucking good.
We gays are very clean people.
It's true. You have to be clean if you're gay. Joe, thanks, CW. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jollof rice is fucking awesome. Oh man, I found like this totally unrelated. I found like this Middle Eastern rice dish that I really want to make for my partner sometime. Let me pull it up real quick. It looks so tasty. Yeah, it's Persian tadig rice. It looks really, really good. And I can't wait to make it. It incorporates like saffron and stuff. I'm really excited.
Vote for me.
The old way of doing things is not always the best way, just to be clear. Sometimes, sure, you need to respect traditions. And sometimes you go, it's a good thing we have forks.
Yeah, or a spoon,
Yeah, CW knows what I'm talking about.
You can go with a spork if you're...
Toddy? All right. Hell yeah. Thank you for understanding what I meant.
Crazy.
Which, by the way, it doesn't really take that much ingenuity to look at food, realize that your hands are getting sticky. Cavemen used a rock. They were like, hands gross, rock, clean.
It would be more sanitary and would look less off-putting if he just put his face in there like a dog.
Yes, yeah.
Just that would be way better.
Yeah, like a clown being pied.
Yeah.
Horizontal.
Yes.
It'd be fine. I'd be less grossed out. I don't like them. That's the point.
Neither.
And by the way, I'm not the only one. You even have Democrats who are going like, I think we're going.
Man, they're really obsessed with Zoran putting things in his mouth to a degree that, again, I'm finding creepy and sexual.
A little too far. And then, of course, all the DNC, they go like, shut up. So former Chicago mayor and Obama advisor, chief of staff, Rahm Emanuel, and professional shower poker. He came out and he said, my party's future isn't.
Steven, could you really make professional shower poking jokes when you literally have ex-employees on the record talking about how you you shoved your dick in their faces and touched your genitals to their faces. You know? Like Steven Crowder had a whole scandal like 2-3 years ago about how he was rubbing his balls on other men's faces in the office. Like, come on, man. You don't have the higher ground
Did
here.
Steven just call for the invasion of Iraq?
Oh, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And he can invade that rock as much as he wants.
Isn't Mandani's New York. We won't realize the American dream by consulting the Democratic Socialists of America's playbook. Why do you think a Democrat like Rahm Emanuel is sounding the alarm bells? And people like James Carville, people who, you know, have actually won.
What? Why? He literally just touched his balls on employees because he thought it was funny. Or, you know, for other reasons one might speculate about.
Elections have actually helped to win elections. Whether you agree with them or not, they are effective. I think we're seeing the disconnect between clickbait and X and social media. It can become real life, but to be clear, it doesn't always reflect real life. And if you look at Reddit, for example, if you were to go on Reddit and read Reddit politics and look at the comments, you would think that everyone in this country is a Democratic Socialist. And certainly everyone is.
Hell yeah. Based.
Democrat Party. Now, the little trick they pull on Reddit is they say it's politics and all voices are welcome. They ban you if you're a conservative, to be clear. And they certainly ban you if you're a Trump supporter. The moderators are basically Gestapo. So you would think that. Then you go out in the real world and you realize that even with Democrats, and certainly people who were like Hispanic Democrats, Black Democrats, they're not on board with all of this. And certainly not the gender bending fiasco. It's been a fiasco for them.
Yeah.
But they're able to create a viral.
Yeah. You know, all the gender bending that people hate. They just hate it so much. That's why Steven Crowder's had to incorporate so much gender bending into his own show.
Campaign.
Historically.
And they're able to win a primary. And then the people who have to vote.
Yeah, genuinely, why do people keep giving James Carville the time of day? He hasn't led a victory in an election since like the 90s.
Democrat, because they're New Yorkers, this is what they're left with. But I think you're seeing a real disconnect from real life and social media.
Is that like airbending? It's even more difficult. Only the avatar can gender bend. That's why in one, he was, the avatar was Aang or Ong. I haven't watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, but then I do know in the next one, the avatar was a lady. So clearly the avatar is the only one that can master gender bending.
And I think that those who are sounding those alarm bells are saying, this isn't going to win. And even if this wins in New York City, it's going to be catastrophic historically, and it's going to lose us our national platform. And so I hope they continue to do it.
Yeah.
I want to see more AOCs. I want to see more Bernies. I want to see more.
Hell yeah. Welcome to the revolution, Stephen. It's true. Republicans should all throw elections and just give socialists control over the entire country. You're right. That would really show us a thing or two.
More guys like Mandani. First off, because they only get elected in these radically left districts who get exactly what they deserve. And it's really good to have real life in real time cautionary tales so America knows what to avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, in fact, let's just a cautionary tale across the entirety of America. You know, we'll get free train travel. We'll get better infrastructure. We'll get more parks. We'll get, grocery stores, municipal grocery stores and food deserts. We'll get guaranteed jobs programs. We'll get like housing for the homeless. We'll get safe life-saving care for drug addicts. We'll be able to do so many things. That'll really show
Forks
everyone.
weren't commonly used in Europe until after the 17th century. They were seen as Islamic and an affront to God.
It's true. Thank you for the $5 dono, Pluvius.
Yeah.
I want to see more of it too. I want to see AOC eating that rice with her big long fingers. Ooh, better yet.
What? Again, when I say these men are freaks, this is what I mean, right? Like, oh, with her big long fingers. What? That's not a stereotype that people have of AOC. That sounds like a weird fixation you have. So it's like, this is like when Quentin Tarantino probably like had that lady take off her shoes in Dusk Till Dawn. You all know the scene I'm talking about. Very clearly it got weird on set that day. And I feel like we're having a similar situation play out here about fingers.
Yet one of those things they put on the horse to eat.
Yes. Feedback.
You're not disproving my point, guy. Yeah, we'll put a kinky muzzle, and that will help eating. Jesus Christ.
Feedback. That sounds that kind of sounds perverted.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah, I might have gone a bit too far. I did talk about my hand fetish and my desire to have a partner who straps on a feed bag. You guys aren't going to make fun of me after this, right?
Well, I've sucked on a couple feed bags, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. She's been eating with her fingers. She's one of
No, none of us know what you mean by that, actually. What does it mean to suck on a couple feed bags? That's either a non sequitur or it's exponentially more disgusting.
those horse poop bags too.
Oh, yes.
So I won't lie. Sometimes I see those and I'm jealous. I'm like, oh, he can just go whenever he wants.
Joe Biden had it all.
Yeah.
Well, look, I want to make sure.
Sorry. I wanted to just, and then I want you to keep that point. But this is important because you need to know. Here's how you know that it's unpopular, because the baseline position that helped win Donald Trump the presidency is, okay, we all agree that America's big cities are failing, right? And everyone goes, right. Do you have a solution? In other words, we
don't agree about that. I don't agree that was Donald Trump's primary proposition to the American people.
The contention was not with the premise of America's cities are failing. Everyone knows that's the case.
No, that's not the case. They're the biggest hubs of economic activity in the country.
Across America, no one thinks that New York is a success story. No one thinks that Detroit is.
It is. Like, unambiguously, New York City is one of the biggest economies in the world, man. It has like 30-year lows in crime.
Is a success story. No one thinks San Francisco, Los Angeles, no one looks to those cities and goes, okay, we should do more of that. So he campaigned.
Literally, there are tons of places that do.
On criticizing, knowing it was a populist issue, the failing cities, big cities of America.
And so I say to the people of New York, with crime at record levels, with terrorists and criminals pouring in.
Gavin Newsom and Kamala, I'd almost say Kamala more so. She destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed the state. I look outside, I look at the streets, it's so different from when I left New York. It's so different. It's dirty and it's crime-ridden. And today you walk down the street and you get mugged or you get shot. Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being...
I mean, it's interesting that all of the clips to back up their points that everyone knew big cities were failing are all just one guy talking about it.
One of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap.
one guy talking about it who did not win the votes of those cities.
Entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible. I look at Chicago. I mean, you got a really bad governor in Chicago and a bad mayor, but the governor's probably the worst in the country, Pritzker. But I look at how that city has been overrun by criminals.
And here's the thing. You're never going, or you're very unlikely to win New York City.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that like cities don't have issues, but like to say that they are failing, when these people talk about them failing, they're not talking about like liberal capitalist leaning management. You know, they're taught they are trying to say like what they said about Minneapolis in the aftermath of like the George Floyd protests. They're trying to say that like, oh, you know, Minneapolis got burned to the ground. LA and Portland got burned to the ground. New York City is basically what you saw in the movie Escape from New York. It's real. Like that's what they're trying to peddle when they say like the cities are failing. So I agree with you. Tons of liberal policies that are very bad being implemented in cities, and we could do a lot better. It's just they're not failing the way that these guys think they are.
But what you saw as far as a really big shift, and a lot of people haven't spent enough time on it, was the popular vote. Right? Donald Trump obviously had an a landslide, if you want to argue. Okay, he had a significant win with the Electoral College, but he won the popular vote. So even if more people leave New York City, the people who are leaving New York City are going to be leaving with in the back of their head, I don't want that.
Yeah.
And that's what led to, in 2024, the biggest swing.
Man, what is their talking point even going to be when New York City like just kind of levels out population-wise?
Toward Donald Trump, urban voters. Doesn't mean he won them, but he won them by such a he lost them while still gaining a significantly higher margin, such a significantly higher margin in 2024 that he won the popular vote. That was a big contributor. That wouldn't have been a big contributor if they didn't go so far left.
Also, can we just like take a look? Well, you know, everyone's fleeing from New York City. That's why. Oh, it's grown steadily year over year for the last 5 years. In 2021, the population. Oh, sorry. In 2022, the population was 18.8 million. In 2025, the population was 19.1 million. So it grew by like 300,000 people. Cool. Awesome.
They've now had what they've asked for. They go, oof, I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Sort of like COVID. COVID, the reason you saw so many people turn on the Democrat Party is they said, give unto us a king. How many people do you know who said, oh, yeah, I was afraid and I thought we needed lockdowns. I was afraid and I thought we needed to, stop the spread at that point, right? Remember, stop the curve.
Yeah, exactly. The people who moved away had the money to move away and move back. Many of them did. It was just a temporary situation.
Then I realized I was lied to. People need to realize they've been lied to sometimes.
Me.
Yeah?
Yeah. You hear that, Steven Crowder audience? Some people need to realize they've been lied to. They need to wake up. They need to realize they've been fed a steady stream of misinformation designed to mislead them and, backed by conservative special interests. Some people need to realize that. Just spitballing here.
That's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Because you think it won't get that bad until you see neighbors ratting out neighbors and you see people losing their livelihoods because of policy that we now know is not based on science. So the urban voting swing in 2024.
When we were lied to about masks and 6 feet distance? How were we lied to about masks and 6 feet of distance? I'm dying to know. God. Yeah, speaking of landslide, Mandani 12 points over Cuomo. Yeah, I think it only got to like the third round of like ranked choice or fourth round. It didn't even have to go through all 7 before. Like if we got through all of the ranked choice, like Mandani won by like a colossal landslide. There's no other way of it, in the second round, even better. Yeah, there's no way Cuomo and Adams are going to be able to hash it.
Core urban votes swung to Donald Trump by 8 points. Other urban areas, 5.8 points. There was still an increase as far as the swing to Donald Trump, but in the suburbs, it was about 4.5%.
By the way, Zoran Mamdani won all of these areas.
0.5%. Rural, it was about 3.7%.
Oh, minus the rural areas, because there's not really a rural area in New York City. There are suburban areas, though.
Those are areas that he typically has already won. Republicans win.
Did better.
And he did better in those areas, but he won a huge number of new votes in urban areas. And you don't need that many.
The 6 feet thing wasn't based on medical studies showing effectiveness because there was none. I mean, but you said they lied about masks. Like, the entire point of wearing masks and why medical doctors have worn masks and why populations in other countries that have been affected by airborne pandemics have in the past worn masks is because the mask absorbs the water droplets you breathe out. You weren't talking about 6 feet. You said we were lied to about masks and 6 feet distance. You said both things. Also, yeah, masks and 6 feet. Yeah, you included masks in there. I'm saying, like, masks aren't bullshit. They prevent airborne spread of diseases that rely on moisture to, like, propagate. And the other part of it is, yeah, if you have people who are spreading an airborne disease, you want to ensure there's a certain amount of space between people to limit the spread of that airborne contagion, especially when you don't necessarily have effective treatments for it yet. Like, yeah, okay, there's no study explicitly on 6 feet, but like 5 feet, 4 feet, probably 6 feet is about as big of an amount of space as you can get feasibly in most areas. That's probably like a decent rule of thumb rule. Like, you can say, oh, well, they didn't have studies on it. They didn't have time to go and do a study on it. And, like, I don't know, if the worst thing that happened to you in a day was that you had to stand 6 feet away from somebody while wearing a mask, that probably beats, you know, like, getting COVID. It's probably fine. That's not, like, that big of an opportunity cost. I'm sorry, how did standing 6 feet away from somebody in a line in a store ruin your life? How did it meaningfully harm your quality of life? To help ensure the safety of yourself and other people around you. Like, damn. They lied about the masks and 6 feet. They didn't lie. More space allows for less opportunity of transmission. It didn't make anything safer, though. That's the lie. That's just not true. Like, if you understand the basic mechanism of, like, spreading an illness, you know that's not true. Do you understand how airborne particles work? Do you? Do you understand the concept of distance? Do you understand the concept of masking? Yeah, do you understand how viruses travel from one person to another? Jesus Christ. You said they lied about masking and distance. Do you understand how those two things are related to stopping the spread of an airborne disease? And 6 feet didn't help? I think you're being dumb on purpose. I'm going to stop paying attention to you now, but if I look back at chat and you're still being dumb on purpose, I'm going to ban you. I reject the idea that you are as stupid as you are portraying yourself.
To maintain this popular vote. What if that goes to core urban votes, a swing from 2020 to the next, to Republicans, plus 10, plus 12%? The Democrats would never win.
You're right. Surgical masks don't filter out particles that small. They filter out the water droplets that are used to carry those particles. You stupid, stupid person. Yes, you are being dumb right now by not understanding the concept. I thought respectful debate was allowed. You're being stupid on purpose. Yes, name calling. You are a stupid, small-brained, pathetic individual. Yes. Does it make you feel better to call someone stupid? It's a bit cathartic, yeah. I think you are a very unintelligent individual if you can't understand the basic concept of a water particle connecting with a mask and that stopping the transmission of that particle from point A to point B. Yeah. I think that you not understanding something that a literal 4-year-old could understand, someone who might still struggle with the concept of like blocks, like a square block goes in the square hole, circular block goes in the circle hole. Like, I think if someone who can understand that concept is capable of engaging with the mask idea, you should be able to understand it too. But, I guess I make that assumption by the virtue of you being able to get to the internet and use it and string words together. But maybe that's too generous. There are certain types of brain damage, after all, unaccounted for by modern medical science.
In the popular vote ever again. In New York, from 2020 to 2024, the swing toward Donald Trump was 10 points. Jeez. He gained by 10 points. In New York City, he gained by 16 points. He went up 16 points in the election. Doesn't mean that he won New York City, but he gained 16. That's a huge city. In California, he went up by 9 points from 2020 to 2024. San Francisco, the bluest of the blue, he gained 8 points in 4 years. Mm-hmm. Illinois, the state at large, 6 points. Okay, but when you consider that Illinois is basically Chicago and cornfields, Chicago itself by 9 points. And so we don't need really a new plan. We have the blueprint.
Yes, rat negative. I'm aware of how fucking masks work. I also lived through COVID. You don't have to explain the concept of a fucking mask to me. I understand how they work. I'm also not saying if you're wearing a small cotton mask that's not an N95, that it's going to stop all the transmission. The entire point of what I was talking about is that a mask reduces the transmission and distance reduces that transmission further. Now, the degree to which those reduce transmission, that's up in the air, debatable. It's still useful. God damn it.
Droplet size and travel we knew at the time. N95 masks and social distancing reduced transmission rates.
Like, if you're going to at me during the show, I would appreciate if you assume that I have some basic knowledge about what I'm talking about. God damn it.
Let the left do exactly what it is we know they're going to do in these big cities and do the opposite nationally. And since, we all know that leftists, that Democrats are very covetous, as you can see by tax policy, people in Chicago, people in New York, people in Los Angeles are going to look to the rest of the country and go, but I want that. Great. Let them see what it is that they want that they can't have because of what they voted for, and we'll continue making these swings. Don't interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Mandani, I think he should be the poster child. He's pro-crime. He's pro every single quote-unquote woke social policy. He's
so true. I remember when Zoran Mamdani looked into the camera and said, I want more crime to happen in my city. I love crime. I'm the first pro-crime mayor.
Pro increasing taxes. He's an actual communist, and he will fight Trump at every turn. So he will fight the decrease in inflation that we see throughout the country at every turn. He will fight the increase in wages, which you undoubtedly will see, calling it now, everywhere else across the country while his wages go down in his city. He will fight Donald Trump's agenda, which will lead to continuing, decreasing crime stats while it goes up in his city. And at a certain point, selfish people in big cities are going to go, you know what? This just isn't working, and it's bad. And when they think this isn't working, and it is.
Wait, I thought selfish people were responsible for pushing these policies. I thought the true selfishness and greed was the point. I thought that you literally spent like 20 minutes talking about that concept. God damn it.
isn't bad. This is bad. Wouldn't it be nice to have a face to go with their name? Mandani.
The name you know.
Yes. And sorry, you had a point. I just want to get those stats.
You know, he's doing a lot of criticism for somebody who supposedly wants Mandani. My thought is if you really wanted this, you'd do everything you could to empower him.
Indeed. Why isn't Steven Crowder knocking on doors for Mandani? Well, I want to see the Crowder folks, the Louder with Crowder people, putting on their walking shoes and campaigning for Zoran Mandani. That'd be great. Let's go. Put your money where your mouth is, Crowder.
I think you're 100% right. I hope that he's able to, if he wins, like obviously we'd like somebody else to win and avoid this catastrophe. But if he does, the silver lining is this. Well, I mean, yes and no, right? I understand that point, but at the same time, I want.
Yeah, I saw Zoran Mamdani waving the trans flag. It was great. I think there was he posted some pride photos of him walking with out gay New Yorkers, and there was a photo of him with a trans person. It was really, really sweet.
This to be so good. I want Trump's economy and his plan to work so well that it makes people like this irrelevant in the first place. We've got AOC and Bernie Sanders that are really going out there and just kind of throwing their lot in full socialism, not even worrying about hiding it anymore. So is this guy seizing the means of production. What do you think that means? What do you think that looks?
Yeah, what do you guys think that means? What do these guys think that looks like?
Looks like practically. This isn't a fight against oligarchy. Don't get this twisted. It's a fight against free markets and freedom.
Yes.
They don't want people to have freedom and self-reliance.
Yeah, the freedom to be an oligarch. The things these guys love.
And accountability. They want people to be dependent on the government and have the government decide winners and losers from now until eternity.
Yeah. I think a government being able to decide how wealth is redistributed when that government is democratic is preferable to a bunch of rich assholes who got rich off of Amazon and Facebook being able to decide who the winners and losers are.
So in the short term, if he gets elected, he will make their lives better for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then the consequences will start kicking in very, very quickly. And Trump has to be so good that it just makes this look like the absolute worst decision any city has ever made. And they don't even come close to anybody like AOC and Bernie Sanders ever again. It has to be so definitive that we kill socialism as early as possible.
Yeah. But let it go on a little longer. Let it go on a little longer in New York City.
I get it.
Let them live with it.
Yeah.
Let them wallow in their own filth.
It's like when you see your kid on the jungle gym doing something he can't do, but he insists on doing it over and over and over again. You're like, all right, fine. Try the rock wall, stupid.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, then they had to go in and
the ground's padded. Try the rock wall.
Yeah, they had to pad the ground like pussies. That's what they do in the city, so the kids don't get to actually learn the error of their ways.
Well, maybe New Yorkers, like the actual people that come out for the general election for this race and not just the primary, maybe they'll go we maybe made a mistake. maybe this guy's policies are too radical and we just weren't paying attention, because the fraction of the voting base that voted for this, you've got Democrats coming out. Mainline Democrats don't support this vocally. They support a candidate that's popular, period. That's what they always do.
Right.
But they don't necessarily support the policies. This is the far wing of the party right now, and it's fracturing the Democrats because they're like, hey, maybe we can get some votes. I don't support those policies, but maybe.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're strong enough in condemning it with their language.
Yeah. Eric Adams hit back at him, though.
Oh, did he? Do we have a clip?
So, it's not a clip.
Post.
Initially, there was that 50 Cent post where he said that he'd send him the plane, the first class plane.
$258,750. I'm not sure why.
Wait. I don't understand what you guys just said.
Okay, so first off, 50 Cent said, where did he come from? Whose friend is this? I'm not feeling this plan. No, I'll give him $258,750 and a first-class one-way ticket away from New York. I'm telling Trump what he said, too. And Eric Adams responded to that. He said, hey, 50 Cent, make it a one-way ticket to Fantasyland. He'll fit right in. It's the only...
Jesus Christ, what a bunch of clowns.
place rent is optional, vibes are currency, and your parents still cover your deductible.
Ah, that's nice.
Damn.
It's already a little
good from Eric Adams. Yeah.
He's gonna get trounced though.
Yeah, but he courted these people too. Black Lives Matter. It's all this amalgamate of socialism and Marxism. I mean, you can't
the amalgamate of socialism and Marxism. What does that mean, Stephen? I would love you to break down what you mean by that phrase, because I doubt you can.
can't throw your lot in with Black Lives Matter, who seek the destruction of the nuclear family because it's a byproduct of Western civilization, oppression, and patriarchy, and then go, I can't believe how radical this guy is. Well, you built him. Yeah. You built him. Elizabeth Warren, you built this guy. Kamala Harris, sex change operations, taxpayer funded. Well, where did we hear that before?
You're a role model.
Hell yeah. Based Kamala Harris.
Every single day because I used to unironically watch Steven Crowder, and now I pay my penance to the Riverboat Club for my teenage stupidity. I need a good punishment, chat.
Thank you for the $5 donos, Melanie. Very much appreciated. And you are forgiven for your sins.
This guy.
Yeah.
It looks up to you. What did they do? Let me try to make it more.
I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you. Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching?
Oh, thank God it's done. Thank God. I thought we were getting close. Holy shit. Yeah, so that's that, just a 40-minute long crash out about Zoran Mamdani. Some excellent content there. Yeah, no, I don't think any of these conservatives know what the hell they're talking about. Anytime they talk about socialism, communism, etc., I don't think they actually know what those terms mean or what those policy prescriptions mean. They just hear taxes on the wealthy and they go into a blind rage and will say anything and everything to try and attack their opponents. That's just it, full stop, Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, if you've been getting anything out of today's proceedings, remember to click the button. We've been going for over 4 hours. And if you've been enjoying the show, please drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. We're going to keep on going. We have so many segments to talk about today. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Well done, folks. Thank you for clicking that button. Also, just shout out the Twitch chat. We're getting closer and closer every day to 12,000 follows on Twitch. Shout out, folks. And also, who made this song? That's the great and wonderful Jazz Dog. The jazziest dog I know. Also, chat, you are doing so good on the likes today. Holy shit. Well done, everybody. We have about 300 people watching and 250 likes. That's hats off to you, my good chatters. Well done. Yeah, the Knifeiest Duck, surprisingly, YouTube chat was behaving today. Also, Rat Negative, I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier. It was uncalled for. Just time and place. The time to bring that up is not generally as somebody was trying to do COVID denial shit. That chatter Jack yelled at? I debated them for an hour. I wanted to walk into a nearby body of water and do a little swim. Yeah, I mean, the big argument for drug decriminalization is that it makes it much more likely that people who are addicted to drugs are going to survive. it makes it more likely that they live, and that's a good thing in my book. Just want the record corrected, that's all. Well, yeah, and that's fair. My only thing is that there are a lot of people who like attack how things were done early on, and it's like, well, there were a lot of things that could have been done better, and we could have been prepared a lot better, but we weren't, you know? Not enough people had those N95s. Boop, boop, boop. All right, folks. Okay, you know what? Fine. It's short. It's much shorter. I probably should have led with this segment instead. Here we go.
Of course!
Here we go. So, folks, there's this guy named Charlie Kirk, and, well, we've talked a lot about how the liberal media is in an uproar about this Zoran Mamdani fellow. And the conservative media is also kind of freaked out by the rise of this socialist mayor. And, well, let's see what Charlie Kirk has to say in his latest video titled, How Do We Beat the New York City Socialist?
My friend Colin Plume from Noble Gold Investments just released his new book, Silver is the New Oil. And it says if you don't own silver yet, you're already behind. Colin said...
If you're not streets ahead yet, you're already streets behind.
That as demand for technology, energy, and industry soars.
Yeah, is this does sound like AI. It sounds like AI, and like maybe it's just me, but this right here looks like something that would be put on an AI machine in like fabricated footage.
Silver's value is set to surge. The question is, are you ready to profit? This book reveals why silver is the most underrated asset today.
Wait. Why are you showing secure your future with a gold IRA when you're trying to sell silver? What is happening?
Ready to profit? This book reveals why silver is the most underrated asset today.
You're talking about the silver being underrated and you're showing a gold investment program. What is happening?
And how to invest before the world catches on. I've read Silver is the New Oil, and you should too. Get it now, available on Amazon. I believe that the future of the MAGA agenda, Trump's promises, and Western civilization are going to go through three major cities. I think President Trump, if you want to talk about, if we want to get, some people say, oh, you know, the vibes are off, we got to get the gusto back. If you want to get the gusto back, he needs to have an all-out plan to declare an agenda on LA, Chicago, and New York. Those are the three cities. It's not going to happen without a full-out focus with precision on all three. It is LA, Chicago, and New York. It's going to happen on the streets of these cities, and LA in particular, which I know you are very passionate about. By the way, Stephen Miller's been talking about this forever. You've been talking about this forever, yeah. Alex, which is that, you know, we can win the heartland, but if you do not go after the central power structure, if you do not get back at the baseline, which is what's happening on the streets of the city of Los Angeles, then we're just tampering at the edges here. How old are you, Alex? You're late 30s?
30.
This is cut really weird. Like, look at this. There's a cut right in here.
We're just tampering at the edges here. How old are you?
Like, why is this cut like this? Also, like, it sounds like you're talking about like assassinations in like Democrat cities. Like, what are you like? Genuinely, what are you talking about? Where you're talking about destroying the heart of the power structure on the streets of LA, like that. y'all understand you're the bad guys here, right? You're the villains of this story.
You, Alex, you're late 30s?
39, yeah.
39. So I'm 31. Mandani is 33. Help our audience understand the appeal of Mandani outside of the Muslim thing, outside of the fact he's a communist. I totally get it because I can view this from a digital millennial prism. Yeah. I get the audience.
I totally get the Muslim communist thing. What? Everyone knows Gen Z loves Islam and communism. What?
Help explain that to some of our audience that is just so perplexed that this guy is now the Democrat candidate and likely next mayor of America's largest city.
Well, it's clearly because he eats with his hands. I mean, I think that's the main. He's seen the.
Oh my God, they're all freaks. You eat with your hands too. That's how human beings eat. We use our hands to get the food into our mouth holes. Damn.
Fork, and he's just fighting through it. He's like, I'm going to eat with my hands because I'm going to pander for the online clout. No.
What are you talking about? I eat ribs with my hands for the online clout. What the fuck are you talking about? Good night, Amber Brains. Oh,
Charlie, in all seriousness, what he's doing is he's catering towards the millennial energy. He's smiling.
The millennial energy is Islamic communism. That's the millennial energy.
He looks sharp. He's got a good haircut. And he says things that come off as forward thinking, even though we know it's very regressive, the idea of seizing the means of production. That's all straight out of Marx. But he's positioned himself as someone who is looking down the field and is showing actual leadership. And that is what the appeal is all about. He's packaging all of his messages for a digital age. When he was doing that absurd thing where he wants to have government run, grocery stores, which by the way,
utterly absurd. Sure, a town of 600 people can do it, but not a city of millions. Everyone knows you should eat with your feet. Thank you for the $5, Australian Matthew H. And it just reminds me of my constant failure to be able to turn my feet into usable, limbs for things other than walking. You guys all went through this as a child, right? Like, you learned that there were people who had like their arms amputated who then went on to learn how to use their feet to like manipulate like pencils and eat with utensils and stuff like that. I went through a period where I tried to teach myself how to do that when I was like 5 or 6, and it's still one of my greatest personal failures that I did not learn how to do that. And I think that'd be such a cool skill to pull out. I couldn't hack it.
He misread a budget item in this city budget, which is how he came up with that. He thought there was all this money allocated for corporate grocery stores, which he had misread. So he can't even do this, even if he wanted to. But if you saw the video, he shows up. He's got
they offer corporate subsidies to grocery stores to open in food deserts. That's how big cities do that. Chicago has done that. They've offered like $20 million in like tax subsidies to grocery stores that open in like food desert areas. That happens already. I guarantee you New York has some kind of program like that.
Got the little handheld mic that you always see on TikTok, and he's talking into it, and he's catering to a message to people who are maybe new to politics and maybe have not learned from their broken school system how bad socialism is. And so when you go up against
again, the thing that is never made here is the actual argument against communism, socialism, whatever they want to call it. You need to make the argument, because all conservative arguments against communism or socialism are against like straw mans, or they just assume that people are like, yes, those are bad things, and we're not going to talk about it on here. You just don't even have to make an argument. They all sidestep it. I wonder why.
a guy like Andrew Cuomo, who is the worst politician in America. I prefer Mandani to Cuomo. I do. After Cuomo killed all those people, essentially, for the lawyers, he essentially killed all those people in the nursing homes. He crammed all these sick people in with these innocent elderly people so that they could die during COVID.
Damn, you lost the Charlie Kirk guest vote, Cuomo. You're cooked. Zohran Mamdani is going to be the next mayor.
Policy is unacceptable. He's been accused of being a sex pest, all that stuff. He's terrible to run that city. So once you add all that up together, and you can see how he could get through a primary.
We're going to do a whole nother show on this. We're going to have Benny Johnson come on the show because he actually went to Cuba with Turning Point USA like 5 years ago, and he actually showed what a grocery store looks like if the government runs it, and it's no joke. The politics of grocery stores are legit. You might remember back in the late 80s, I think it was Gorbachev that came to America.
Man, I love comparing like a municipal grocery store owned by the government in a capitalistic system. And like that's somehow equivalent to the command economy of the USSR, the second largest superpower on the planet until its collapse in the 90s.
And he saw the American grocery stores for himself, and he was blown away. He could not believe it. He was like, you guys have so much abundance.
Don't worry, Knifey's Duck. This isn't Benny Johnson. I have no idea who this guy is.
He was speechless. The politics of grocery stores is not to be made fun of. Alex, last question. How do we beat Mamdani? We should not give up on New York. We should not say, oh, let it burn. That is BS. That's nonsense. That's like the Roman Empire giving up on Rome. That's like the Greeks giving up on Athens. That's like...
Yeah, also a lot of people are showing like a Cuban reacts to like a capitalist grocery store for the first time or something. I've seen that video going around. And it's just like, you know, I think the deciding factor here is not the ability to run a grocery store. I think the deciding factor here is a countrywide blockade and embargo that the United States has imposed for the last like 40 years. I think that might have something more to do with it.
It's like the British Empire giving up on London. That is cope. How do we beat this communist?
Well, if you want to beat him, then the first thing is Curtis Lewa's got to drop out. Cuomo cannot run, and everyone's got to consolidate behind Adams. And Adams has got to, I think, work with Trump, come up with some sort of way to work with Trump when it comes to ICE stuff, and try to position himself as a moderate, more of like a Fetterman-esque type Democrat, even better than Fetterman.
Yeah, New York City definitely loves John Fetterman. That's not going to work in New York City, man.
Because Fetterman always ends up voting wrong every time. So, but that would be the path forward. I do think Adams could win in that case. And I think that as more people point out that this guy's policies are not going to work. And also he's not authentic, is that he comes from
If I had a nickel for every time somebody brings up Cuba while conveniently ignoring the U.S. blockade, I'd be able to keep Jack in cute outfits for a decade.
One, true. Two, I sometimes have audio processing issues in my brain. So my brain heard if I had a nipple for every time somebody brings up a Cuba while conveniently ignoring the US blockade, I'd be able to keep Jack in cute outfits for a decade. And that had a very different connotation. So I had to quickly read it to make sure that that is not what it said. And I'm glad I did. I stand corrected. Thank you for your nickel wishing.
Ivy League educated parents who benefited from
and
this
the $5
largesse. And then for him to act like we want to throw out everything that made America special and to go with Marxism and socialism that has never worked anywhere.
Skill issue LMAO.
I don't even know what that means in this context. Thank you for the $5 dono. Very knifey duck.
Where, especially not in this country, I think the more people who actually are confronted with that reality, I don't think he'll necessarily be able to make it all the way to a general.
Breaking news. Stay there. No, we got to go. But breaking news, President Trump has said that we're just going to arrest Mamdani if he blocks ICE. That is exactly the right answer, Mr. President.
Sure.
It's exactly the right answer to arrest your political opposition.
The Greeks did give up on Athens. That's what the Battle of Thermopylae was about. They were giving the Athenians enough time to abandon the city because the Persians were going to burn it down.
True, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 dono and the revisiting of history.
We're not going to let some uppity 33-year-old socialist get in the way of the mass deportation agenda. Zoran Mamdani, okay? Take a seat.
Zoran.
We are in the driver's seat here. The American people are. We're not going to allow a foreign third world...
Wait, did he actually say uppity? I'm sorry.
Sir, Mr. President. Sure. We're not going to let some uppity 33-year-old socialist get...
Oh my God. Jesus. Yeah, for those of you who might not know, that is a pretty racially charged word to use in relation to a, you know, non-white individual. Damn.
Get in the way of the mass deportation agenda. Zoran Mamdani, okay? Take a seat. We are in the...
Charlie really leaning into the white supremacy. Okay, just like putting on the Klan hood on live television,
nipples,
huh?
If I had a million nipples, I'd buy you a green dress, but not a real green dress. That's cruel.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
Driver's seat here. The American people are. We're not going to allow a foreign third world agenda to take over America.
Man, these people get so goddamn racist about Zoran. It's incredible.
America's largest city. We have the amazing Student Action Summit coming up literally in a...
Hey, do you want to learn how to be as racist as me, Charlie Kirk? Come to the Student Action Summit. We'll teach you all of the slurs. That way you could be just like me, Charlie Kirk. We'll even provide you some head enlargement devices, so you can make your face just like mine. It'll scrunch your face and embiggen your head. Just like me, Charlie Kirk. He's a lollipop of a man. Oh. His head does have the same proportionality as a common American spoon. I can't. We're done. We're done with this. We're done with this. He's the lollipop head guy from Regular Show. Yeah. Oh fuck. You guys are great. Thanks, chat. Anyway, they are very clearly worried that this guy has some good ideas. So far, we've watched a couple conservatives react to Zoran Mamdani's policies, and it universally seems to be his policy ideas are too good and too popular. We have to stop him. And then, like, racism. That seems to be like the general go-to for conservatives in the media. God. Oh yeah, Kirsten Gillibrand sucks butt. Like, I understand the politics of it, but like, damn, the apology should not be accepted by anyone. Did you see what Laura Loomer said about Kat Abu? Basically called her a whore, like they have nothing. They literally have nothing on these people. It's insane. It's insane what sticking to your principles will do. Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thank you for the $5 super chat. And guys, I am moving soon, so please, if you guys can help out, subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. All very helpful. Been bringing furniture over to my partner's place already. And just had to pay rent and also the remodeling stuff. So if you guys can help me with the being able to afford things for the next month, that'd be very helpful. Let's see here. Jack's solution is just move in with her hot GF. True. The love of my life right there. Learning Kat Abu Ghazali. is younger than me, aged me immeasurably. Damn, I'm sorry. Good night, Grand Theft Autobot. Get good sleep. Ti, thank you for the 10 secs. I appreciate that. Is Jack moving on up? Maybe. Also, folks, Brecco, thank you for resubscribing. Very much appreciated. And Zetetic, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, folks. Y'all helping me, giving me strength. Hell yeah. Let's see. I have a bunch of stuff we could go over. I'm gonna cut that though. I don't really want that. All right, this'll do. This'll do. We do a little seggy as a treat. We do a little seggy as a treat. Whew. But also, folks, we've been going for almost 5 hours, so remember to hit that button. Hit it good. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click click button. Click button. All right, here we go, folks. Click the like button, share the stream, and consider dropping that support. Very much appreciated. Let's go. So, folks, I have been, looking around because, some outlets are on the rise. Some outlets are falling by the wayside in terms of what's happening out there with the conservative talking head figure over on YouTube. There's a lot of ascendant figures, descendant figures. It's a crazy wild world out there, and I decided it was time that we check back in with one Brett Cooper to see how is the conservative starlet handling her break from the Daily Wire. And so we went over there. Okay. And it's okay. That's interesting. 1.5 million subscribers. All right. Consistently doing over like 250, 300K. That's pretty good, And so I decided, hey, let's check out part of her latest video because it's a pathetic end to Pride Month. And that intrigues me. What has she got? What has she got to say about Pride Month now that it's over? Okay. Let's check out. What are Brett Cooper's thoughts about the gays? Let's find out.
First thing that we need to talk about is Pride Month. Of course, I want to congratulate everyone for making it through Pride 2025. We have reached the end.
Woo! We did it! We all survived! Good job, everybody! Did you get to be your gayest self? I hope so. I hope you got to have a lot of fun. Hope you got out there. Hope you ate some nice snacks. Wore some cool outfits you're proud of, and made some new friends, and maybe smooched some new people, Just had a great old time. So, you know, that's clearly what Brett Cooper means when she talks about Pride Month, right?
My contribution to the cost of the therapy that Jack will inevitably need after watching an entire segment's worth of Steven Crowder.
Meow. I am in therapy. Thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. And here we go.
And the end of June, I think it's like one day more. Basically, it's like that song from Les Mis, like one day more, another day, another destiny. That is us. But I will say,
yeah. Musical theater lover Brett Cooper. Okay, yeah, unexpectedly in favor of the gays here. You know, I'm shocked. I'm surprised.
this has been a pretty uneventful Pride as far as prides go. Like, I think that we were all distracted by Trump and Elon breaking up, which I think I said on the show was like the gayest thing that happened throughout the entirety of Pride Month. And then, of course, we had the 12-day war that was going on as proclaimed by Trump, aka World War III. I think that was captivating our attention for the latter half of Pride Month. And considering that the LGBT community wants as much attention as humanly possible during Pride, I am sure that this was painful for
What? No, just leave us alone. We want to like hold hands and be cute as fuck with the people we love. We genuinely don't want more attention. We just want our rights and to be able to like smooch our loved ones in public without being beaten to death.
For them, I am sure that all of these distractions went against everything that they wanted for this month. But
I mean, does anyone want a war during a given month? Like, I feel like this question is weird, right? Like, oh yeah, you gays, you didn't want a war distracting from your gayness. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't think anyone wants a war ever, really. Like, the gayness has nothing to do with it. I'm pretty sure a lot of straight people also don't want a war. You know? I just... Yeah. Trump and Elon breaking up, though, that was great. We did want that.
I don't think it was as painful as Target moving their Pride collection and their tucking underwear swimsuits to the back of the stores, because that...
Oh yeah, they moved all the gay merchandise to the back of the store. What's next, Brett? You gonna ask for the gays to move to the back of the bus? Like, what? Also, I'm sorry, but genuinely, like, Brett, why I don't understand like this fixation on like Target. Like, Target is just like they think it's like the gay haven. Like, all of us queers are just like hanging out, being gay, unable to sit in chairs, and we're like, hey, who wants to go to Target? And then there's like a freeze frame and a musical montage, and we make our way to Target, right? It has to be musical because we're gay. And like, it's Target, exactly. But I just, in what world is this a devastating loss?
She'd suggest that the gays use the back door, but that's kinda how it works. Hey-o.
Fuck. Damn, Pluvius. Fuck.
You might say that it's an asterisk dramatic pause easy target for their ire. Puts on sunglasses, does a kickflip into the distance.
God. Like, I know they hate us, and I know, like, her entire glee about this is, like, you know, trying to, like delighting in trying to make, like, LGBTQ people second-class citizens, and, like, oh, you have to be ashamed in the back of the store, you know, being gay back there out of sight. And it's just like, I don't understand this fixation that a lot of conservative straights have. I don't get it. Like, it's just it's just not a devastating loss for gay culture. You know, like, Target's fine. Like, it's okay. It has a lot of things in it. But like, I don't think many gays value Target for the gay display during Pride Month. You know, like, the gays go there for like fresh produce or like candles or something. You know, like, it's not so much the Pride display. The main thing that I've received from the gays about Target is like Instagram accounts that review the Target Pride collection every year and make fun of the different pieces, you know, because a lot of that merchandise is made by straight people. Jack, I wanted those les birds in the van. Oh God. I mean, look, we all have our likes in the Target Pride section. Okay, I'm not saying we don't. I'm not the best. Okay, I'm not saying like no Target anything in the gay section. I'm just saying it's not like the most devastating loss. It's not like, say, I'm trying to think of a devastating loss for like the gays. I don't know. We just keep winning.
Also happened this Pride Month, which of course was protested. Take a look at this. I mean, guys, like, we've talked about how
all right,
the leftist protests have just gotten so pitiful. This is evidence. What, like, you have printer paper. You are walking around Target.
Okay, what do you want from us? Like, what do you want from us? On the one hand, you're like, any gathering of the gays is either violent and evil and socialist, or it's pathetic. Either we are like about to burn down the store, or look at you walking around with your paper. You literally ask us to do that.
With printer paper saying trans rights are human rights, being angry at
you couldn't even go to Kinko's, goddamn socialists.
Target for getting rid of DEI. This girl, look at this girl is, what is she doing? She is
Man, the outrage engine must really be running low for Brett Cooper. What is this girl? She's standing in a cart? We're standing in carts now? Oh, what has protest come to? Standing in carts. This is a step too far.
Standing up in a Target cart with a trans flag cape on. My favorite part of this entire video.
I mean, it's not a trans flag cape. It's just a trans flag. She has draped over her shoulders.
Up in a Target cart with a trans flag cape on. My favorite part of this entire video, of this whole pitiful, embarrassing, sad, depressing protest, are the people that are just trying to shop in this Target. Like, you see that guy over there in like the red jacket who's just like, oh God, what is happening? Like, can I please just go like buy a basketball? Like, I'm looking for it in the back of the Target. Meanwhile, this girl is floating through this protest as if she's on the freaking Rose Parade or in the Pope Mobile. Like, it's just ridiculous. But again, it was Pride Month. They had to protest. They had to be boots on the ground. They had to be involved. But now, guys, now, officially, World War III, the 12-Day War, it is over. So everybody in the LGBTQ community, they jumped into gear to make this last week of Pride count. And boy, did they. It feels like all of the Pride parades and festivals have been happening in this last weekend.
Yeah, the last weekend of Pride tends to be the big one, because it's the last weekend of the month. That's how that works.
It's been happening all over the country, and dare I say, they are more outlandish and uncomfortable than ever before. Just watch this video. I mean, this poor cop.
He's being tortured. That cop is gonna die. No! Save him!
Like, genuinely, what is the point of that? And also, this same person was also...
How will he ever recover? How will he ever recover from that ass being wiggled at him?
Caught on video doing a stripping drag performance on the steps of St. Patrick's Cathedral. Also, on top of that, they had a trans drag priest blessing everybody who was walking by in the entire festival. It feels like
that's dope. That's just cool. Like, sorry.
The entirety of New York Pride was just based upon making fun of Catholics and making fun of Christians. Like, that is what is in every single video that I have seen thus far. But I do want to go back to the top of this video before this person starts twerking on this poor cop here. Like, again, it's just lackluster. Like, it's
that twerking isn't even good. Why? Someone should be able to twerk 12,000 times the speed.
Very outlandish, and it's very weird, but it also just seems disorganized.
God.
It's like they've lost their mojo. They're just like walking around quietly while people are twerking and making fun of Christians. Like, there's nothing even exciting happening in these protests, which is probably because they have lost all sense of direction and actually understanding what their movement is about or what they're fighting for, because per usual, these parades and all this activism were about more than just pride. It was not just about love is love and all of these things and being in...
Yeah, because you know, the love is that, like, also implies we should be able to be seen in public and acceptable without being, like, again, beaten to death or like discriminated against. Like, that's kind of the goal and the implication of love is that a certain respect for our human rights.
Inclusive. It is about every single progressive talking point meshed together into one very weird protest that was taking over the entire country. Like, take a look at this sign that is in the background of that video that we just watched. Free abortion, free sex changes, and castration on demand.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you want to be castrated? Go for it. It's your body. You got to live with it. Go for it. Yeah, you need abortion care. You should be able to get that. You need a sex change? Go for it. You should be able to get that. Live your best life.
Castration on demand. Like, I mean, you know you're on the right side of history when you're fighting for castration on demand.
Well, yeah, typically, historically, castration is a punishment inflicted upon someone, but if somebody is asking for it to be done to them, that's a very different thing, right?
And you have Greta Thunberg on your side, because that is what I want to talk about next. Because after Greta's failed voyage to deliver flour to Gaza, which she was doing a couple of weeks ago, she showed up to the Pride Parade in one of my favorite cities, Budapest in Hungary, with some words of wisdom for everyone who was there. Take a watch.
Today I am joining thousands of people in Budapest in Hungary who are defying Viktor Orbán's desperate attempt to ban the Pride March. Pride is both a protest but also a celebration of love and who we are. This is yet another fascist attack on human rights.
Oh, it is a fascist attack.
Yeah, most independent observers describe Viktor Orbán as a fascist, yeah.
On human rights, which I'm sure, Greta, it can...
He literally outlawed being gay. Like, yeah. Yes. Outlawing a sexuality for being able to be exhibited in public is a fascist thing to do. Saying gay people can't, like, hold hands in public is a fascist thing to do.
Next, back to climate change in some regard. Now, after she did her little appearance at that parade, I'm sure that she hopped right back onto a plane to go to her next protesting gig, because that is...
She doesn't fly on planes. That's why she sailed a ship around the planet. You ding dong.
what she does for work, which of course was Jeff Bezos's wedding in Venice, Italy. Now, I actually don't know if Greta went to protest in Venice, but it seems like the perfect place for her because...
Wait, then why did you say that? Why did you say that she did a thing that she didn't do? Like, you weren't even joking, you just lied. That's just called lying.
From all the protests to the online hate that I was seeing, I think that this might have been history's most controversial wedding. Now, Jeff Bezos married his girlfriend Lauren Sanchez. Of course,
Okay, I guess we're in a different segment now. I just wanted to do that segment. I wanted to see how Pride Month had been, you know, devastating. I just... Like, why log on and tell lies? Though I guess the fact that I even ask that question, I know why. Their entire thing is not telling the truth. It's just frustrating, you know? Like, they're lazy about their lies. They're lazy about their misinformation. It's frustrating. Why are you torturing us tonight? What did we do? Look, I need to get the segments, okay? I need to finish the segments. The segments must flow. Brett Cooper sucks. We did it. We finished the segment. There we go. Main takeaway. Her views are going down. She's still getting hundreds of thousands of views per video. Like this got hundreds of thousands of views in like
I've never seen that woman before, and I should be asking you for $5 for making me see that.
Tony Sanfilippo, you know, you're correct in desiring that $5 from me. I can't say that you are wrong, but thank you for the $5 super chat. Hot take, the person twerking on that cop has done more politically than Brett ever will. Genuinely, yeah. God. She also talks about Zoran Mamdani in this segment, but I don't think I can take another conservative being super racist about Zoran. I can't do it. Fuck. She's like an age-regressed Femme Shapiro. She is. Yeah. That is like kind of what she's famous for. Good night, Anbasama. God. Racism is cringe. True. Why are we gloating about small victories when our rights are being taken away and we're failing miserably to actually stop it? I don't know what you mean by small victories. I don't really feel like I've been gloating about much today on the stream. Ay. In my local pride parade, there were cops marching with us, and I didn't really know what to make of that. I mean, I would say your organizers fucked up, but I guess better for cops to be marching that alongside than like against. I guess. I guess that Mamdani's nomination is a small victory. I mean, kinda, yeah. Beep boop. Do. Better to make friends whenever possible. Agreed, Marco Dasoon. Pride organizers banned NYPD from marching in New York. Hell yeah. Can you do a Chewbacca? What does that mean? Let's see. I don't know if you covered this, but Cuomo officially joined the general election in the Fight and Deliver party. I did briefly talk about that the other day, Ti, and my position on it is that it's very funny. It's very funny, and I'm really excited to just watch Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams fight over Democratic scraps as Zoran Mamdani ascends.
Let them fight.
What are my thoughts on the Stonewall movie? I don't have any. All right. God, Republicans are disgusting. Guys, ready? We've been going for over 5 hours now, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
On a funny note, James Somerton tried to make a comeback with AI slop and fake personas.
No. Holy shit. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. The audacity of that bitch. The audacity of that fucking bitch. Oh, God. As a treat. Oh, my God. He did something bad, but I can't remember. He's famous for plagiarizing like all of his video essays, and then he faked his death, and, and then tried to make a new YouTube channel after faking his death, and now he's made another one with AI. Did he upload a video to like James of Telos? Or Telos? God. Covering that entire thing was nuts. OMG, who? Oh, James Somerton. He like plagiarized all of his video essays from like a variety of different like video essay creators. Somerton sounds like an F tier Marvel villain. He really does. I will make it too hot. Let's see.
Okay, we're going on a side quest. All right, this time we have Lady Emily on Twitter exposing James Somerton.
Okay, Lady Emily on Twitter. Thank you. That's what I needed. Sake Tanuki, not even making me dig for it.
I think James Somerton.
Wait, did you actually just upload the same video I was just looking at? Holy shit, you did.
Worried about James Somerton?
Oh my god, I found this video. All right, cool.
A lot more people worried about H Bomber Guy and his reaction if James was actually dead, which
this is Crispy's Tavern, D&D Tales and Tea. Y'all should go check out Crispy's Tavern because I like Dungeons and Dragons and Tales and tea.
I think is funny. More people cared about H Bomber Guy than James Somerton in this case. On Twitter exposing James Somerton for multiple comeback attempts. See, James Somerton decided to make a bunch of different Twitter accounts, all of which were covering various film topics. Like the example she posted were covering Barbie, very much in James Somerton's normal style, except these accounts were not under his name. They were anonymous. Well, except for the Achillean boy over here. The Achillean boy had some bastardized AI version of James Somerton in the profile picture, which was not subtle. The Achillean boy also had a TikTok account. It used an AI voice and some cringy emojis to hide the identity of the person running the account.
So as the tweet says, people have been pointing out that there is no heterosexual explanation for this image in...
Oh, God.
James Somerton rebranding the gay recontour as an anal account. Did he plagiarize this content? Well, according to Lady...
Oh, God, I don't want to know. I don't want to know whether or not he plagiarized the assholes. I refuse to watch more. And if you guys are all intrigued by that question, go watch Crispy's Tavern, all right? I refuse the cognito hazard. I have witnessed the sign and I have decided no. I'm not going to learn about whether or not James Somerton plagiarized a bunch of assholes. No AI sloppy hole. Oh God. Is that the metaverse character face? Yeah. All right. God. All right. I don't. Okay. All right. We'll do. Can you link his channel? I linked the video like so many times. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, folks, we unfortunately have to talk about concentration camps here in America.
James plagiarized a bunch of creators. Not sure if they were assholes.
Hey! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very, very much appreciated. Of course.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
All right, let's give that another shot. So, folks, unfortunately, we have to talk about concentration camps. Because it's 2025 and in Donald Trump's America, that's what you do now. So what's the deal? Well, basically, Donald Trump, when he got in office, he promised to deport millions upon millions upon millions of people from this country for being undocumented immigrants. And he's been trying to do that in not very successful fashion. And one of the bottlenecks of his logistical ability to actually do that involves places to hold folks who have been arrested by ICE and DHS. And, well, he has, of course, directed government funds towards various private companies to build temporary holding facilities and various camps, one might say, in different parts of the country. One of those places is in the middle of the Florida Everglades, and it is being touted by the government of Florida as being essentially an alligator Alcatraz, where, you know, if people try and escape, they'll be killed by alligators and snakes. So there would functionally be no escapes from the concentrated camp of people they're building in the middle of a gigantic swamp. And yeah, it's bleak, to say the least, especially given the fact that, again, this is being built by a private company to be run at a profit, to put prisoners to work in these camps for the profit of the company, and also, like, because they are being detained and going through the deportation process while they're in the camps, they could be there for a long time. It could take years, and then you effectively have slave labor. You've recreated concentration camp slave labor, and if you try to get away, they'll kill you. So that's not great. And one of the other bottlenecks has always traditionally been funding. However, the new budget that is being pushed through Congress at the moment by Republicans is designed to increase ICE funding by many, many billions of dollars. In fact, it would effectively make ICE one of the most funded military forces on Earth. And that's probably really bad when they're in charge of a number of concentration camps and are tasked with the job of deporting millions of people, most of whom have not committed violent crimes. This is, again, identical to what happened during the ghettoization of the Jews. And that has given rise to a number of people calling Alligator Auschwitz what they call it, because it's a concentration camp. And I don't really know how to say that any more bleakly and bluntly. But I'm going to throw this out there here. There's a man named Benny Johnson who is, well, really representative of the fact that Republicans love this idea. They are really, really, really on board with doing concentration camps, and they're gleeful about it. Like, it's, to them, it is the funniest, coolest, most wonderful thing. He literally made an AI mini movie at the beginning of his show to depict how awesome alligators eating undocumented immigrants is.
hope Carolyn Levitt gets asked about this.
I mean, that just looks like you had a bunch of alligators summarily execute that man.
President Trump will be attending the opening of Alligator Alcatraz in Florida tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we may just have a plan to be there. We'll see. More on that in a moment. Let's read the news. Breaking: President Trump on Tuesday will visit a new criminal alien detention center in South Florida. It's about an hour west of Miami, that the state are calling Alligator Alcatraz. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just officially announced. There were whispers about this yesterday, but it was an unofficial announcement. The controversial detention facility is at the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, Florida Everglades. Florida Everglades, not a fun place to get lost. I've been there before. It is a nasty, mosquito-infested and python-infested hellscape that would be no fun to go tromping through. There's a lot of things that can kill you out there. It's truly no man's land. This prison will have its own runway, detention facility, whatever you want to call it. DeSantis said that the site has been modified within a matter of days to function as a detention center, and he expects the site to be operational on Tuesday. When the president comes tomorrow, he's going to be able to see it, DeSantis told reporters at a press conference in Florida on Monday. The Florida governor said he spoke with the president this weekend, and he's very excited to visit the White House.
So cool.
With Ron DeSantis.
It's out there, kind of in the middle of the Everglade area, and it's not defunct. People say there are training flights that go in there, but it's a massive runway, and there's not a lot of.
Also, they built this facility in the span of like 4 days, and Ron DeSantis is here again 5 days ago talking about how this is basically a defunct little island in the middle of the swamps of Florida.
Of buildings out there, but there's a lot of concrete, and so these guys set up this whole thing within a matter of days, and so when the president comes tomorrow, he's going to be able to see, you're going to be able to do what'll happen is you bring people in there. They ain't going anywhere once they're there unless you want them to go somewhere, because good luck getting the civilization. So the security is amazing, but what natural and otherwise.
They're basically just throwing up a bunch of tents and making it only accessible by aircraft. And who knows what the hell is going on there. There's not going to be any oversight of a facility like that.
But what it can be, I think, is an effective way to increase the number of removals and deportations, which ultimately, if you don't do that, you're going to continue to have this problem of illegal immigration. So you'll be able to bring people in, they'll get processed, they have an order of removal, then they can be queued, and the federal government can fly right on the runway, right there. You literally drive them 2,000 feet, put them on a plane, and then they're gone. It's very logistically simple, but what we're also going to do is this idea of immigration.
Yeah, logistically simple. Facilities built in the middle of swamps, accessible only by plane. Tend to be super logistically simple. Just like how logistically simple Alcatraz was, right? It was so logistically simple that it became astronomically expensive to run, and the government shut it down.
Judge. These are not Article 3 judges. They're not federal judges like we think of. These are executive branch employees who are called immigration judges. So you can have you can deputize different employees to do that. So we've offered some of our national.
Man, Benny Johnson not reacting at all to Ron DeSantis calmly and matter-of-factly saying immigration judges are federal employees and they can just deputize anybody to do that job. Do you guys understand how that's bad? If just any yes man dipshit can be deputized to function in that role, what kind of due process do you get?
National
None.
Guardsmen to be able to serve as immigration judges. So what you could have is, okay, someone's a criminal alien, they obviously fast track. Someone has an order of deportation, okay, fast track. Someone may have just gotten picked up. They come, they can get like a notice to appear. Biden would tell you to come in 2 years. I mean, under the Trump administration, it's usually within, 14 to 30 days. But we can have our National Guard acting as immigration judges right on site.
I love
so you
living in
go,
Florida.
maybe you have a day or two, whatever, and then a decision's made, and then that's it. So this is potentially be a force multiplier.
Yeah, so where you're only proposing to bring the vast majority of undocumented immigrants to be held for multiple days at a facility in the middle of a swamp, and you're just going to have enough National Guardsmen deployed and living in a swamp doing that job? This is not going to work unless your goal is like making these people miserable, sick, and dead. Like, there's no, this does not make sense, even if this is your plan.
As this goes, and so I did speak with the president this weekend. He's very excited about doing it.
He deputized the alligators.
What he wants to see is, Florida should not be the only one in this fight, right? I mean, like, we literally are doing what the voters who elected all of us have been demanding for many, many years, and immigration.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now officially confirmed from Ron DeSantis that Donald Trump, the rumors were out there, but they were just rumors. Officially confirmed that Donald Trump and DeSantis will.
Like, I'm sorry, how are you looking at the camera and talking like this is normal when you have on screen shoot migrants' legs and build alligator moat behind Trump's ideas for the border? Like, this is a normal thing that everyone has always wanted. Everyone has always wanted leg shooting and alligator moats. Like, no, that's stupid. That's stupid as fuck. Shut the fuck up.
Be together inside of Alligator Alcatraz tomorrow. Will we be there with them? We're working on it.
Yeah, and surprise, surprise, it turned out that Benny Johnson indeed was working on it. And we're going to continue with that for a moment, but just wanted to highlight how utterly and completely deranged and morally bankrupt and frankly evil the GOP is. This is seen by Marissa Kabas and covered by her over at the Handbasket. Everyone should go check out the Handbasket. By the way, I'm going to link this in the chat here. But yeah, they're making merchandise to sell based on the Alligator Alcatraz branding. Like, the Florida GOP is selling hats and shirts and beer coolers. It's really, really disgusting. Here, I think you can see here the
normally on a
some of the facility.
Friday, the Everglades would be so quiet, but right now the hills are alive with the sound of construction. Joining us right now is Governor Ron DeSantis here in the great state of Florida. You came up with this idea in the last couple of weeks, right? For Alcatraz or Alligator Alcatraz. Explain it.
Well, when you want to have deportation of illegal aliens, there's a process the DHS has to go through to vet, to process, and then to stage them for removal.
Right.
And, we've got jails, and our sheriffs and police are working. The state of Florida is all in on President Trump's mission. And obviously you have ICE operations, but that's not enough. And so there needs to be more ability to intake, process, and then deport. So this answers that. This is going to be able to have more than 3,000 illegals can be processed through here. We've got a massive runway right behind us where any of the federal assets that they want to fly these people back to their home country, they can do it one-stop shop.
So where will the migrants come from? And we should point out, we're about 50 miles to the west of Miami, right?
More than that, I'd say. So we're in the heart. We're actually mostly in Collier. We're actually mostly in Collier County, to be honest with you. So
I was going to say
this is the
we're in the middle of nowhere.
Dade Collier Airport. So this is an airport that we use for training, military. As you see, we're doing this on the existing footprint. But basically, I would say most of the illegals will likely be ones that are apprehended in Florida. You know, we've got across this country about 750,000 illegals that have already been ordered to be removed by an immigration judge. We've probably got 50,000 or more in Florida. And so we're going to have our hands full just with that. But I'll tell you, this is...
All right, they just walk through here. You can see, oh, look, they have a giant tent. Great. Just empty tents. This is the facility they're talking about. This is the facility they're talking about that they're building to be able to house hundreds, if not thousands of people. It's a delusion. It's insane, right? And I genuinely, I don't even know. Here's a screenshot from Homeland Security. Coming soon, and it's just AI bullshit. Alligators with ice hats on. They all think this is funny as hell. They love the idea of undocumented immigrants who came here to build lives for themselves and their families. They think it's hilarious to imagine them getting torn limb from limb by alligators. Hilarious. And here's Benny Johnson's sequel alligator AI movie.
Gatorade. Water is good for you. Gatorade is better. No, it is not. Water sucks. Gatorade is better.
H2O.
What's up, guys?
Yeah. Conservatism has gone fully and completely insane. Like they've rotted their brains to the core.
This is Benny. We don't make it out of the studio very often, but when we do, we make it count and we make international news, and that's what we did today. Just by having a riot of a time in Alligator Alcatraz, which is where we just came from. I even got the little tourist memorabilia to prove it.
Also, again, to stop and clarify in case there's any, issue here or misunderstanding, every single person who has been involved in the marketing of materials around this or in propping up this project and getting it made in the first place, every single person and part of the system that enabled the building of these concentration camps should be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. Every single person here should be prosecuted for crimes. We need Nuremberg trials to hold these people to some kind of account because this is nuts. Yeah, they're not viewed as people at all, fake Kim Jong-un. Dude is literally just so excited that he's getting Alligator Alcatraz merch. Merch for the concentration camp that he was just giddy about seeing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't wear many hats, but this is one I will probably wear. We just left. President Trump was at Alligator Alcatraz, and we were invited to come and witness the president's visit to this historic location. It is the single newest, deadliest,
most dangerous prison in all of America because it's right here in the middle of the Everglades. I mean, there's just nothing, right? But there was something going on the tarmac. This prison was built on an airport. Donald Trump landed on that airport, Air Force One, and we got a chance to ask President Trump a question right off the top. And I said, you know, if we only got one question, I got to make it something that Trump's going to love, and it's going to be about...
Yeah, no, Marco DeSoon, I feel like that's a fair read. These people watched RoboCop, Dredd, Starship Troopers, and said, hey, this is all really good. Let's ignore that it's satire and instead take it to heart as a recommendation of how society should actually work.
Dream that Trump's always had in order to use alligator-infested waters, crocodile-infested waters, to prevent criminal aliens from coming into this country. And Donald Trump, he's been talking about this since 2018. He's been saying, hey, I want to use crocodiles. And
again, these camps are being run by private companies that are being given hundreds of millions of dollars to build these types of facilities, and they're basically going to turn the people who are incarcerated there and being held there into slave labor. That is what is happening here.
Donald Trump said, this is not only a dream come true, but it's something I want to have happen in Texas. I want to bring in crocodiles from Africa to eat people. Here we go.
Yeah. So funny. Yep, the President of the United States wants people torn apart by wild animals.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President, in 2018, you suggested putting alligators in the Rio Grande to prevent crossings in Texas. Is this a dream come true for you, sir?
Well, I was thinking about that, I must say. It was meant more as a joke, but the more I thought of it, the more I liked it, if you want to know the truth. And they were serious. They were actually crocodiles. They were crocodiles from Africa. They are a step beyond. But no, that was really meant as a joke, but a lot of people liked it. And a lot of people think we should do it, frankly.
Okay, so the next question I got to ask Trump was inside of a facility inside of one of the tents where they're going to be keeping the criminal aliens. And this is a question about CNN. CNN's been pushing a app that lets you track.
Yeah, I'm going to preface this part by letting you all know, hey, remember how you guys saw Ron DeSantis walking around that facility as it was being assembled in real time? And did you notice how there aren't any walls?
Track ICE movements. That's, of course, patently illegal. Donald Trump wanting to sound off on this. Secretary Noem as well, saying what they've done might be illegal. Here we go.
Mr. President and Madam Secretary, CNN yesterday pushed an app that lets you track where ICE agents are. Tom Homan was saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that.
Yeah, ICE Block. Y'all should look it up. It's pretty cool. Allows you to let people in your area know when there's an ICE raid happening.
Your response.
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Justice to see if we can prosecute them for that, because what they're doing is actively encouraging people to avoid law enforcement activities, operations, and we're going to actually go after them and prosecute them with a partnership of FAM if we can, because what they're doing we believe is illegal.
And they may be prosecuted also for having given false reports on the attack in Iran. They'll give a totally false report. It's totally obliterated. And
good night, Erica.
Celebrated. I come home and say, what do you mean we didn't hit the target? We hit the target prison. You know, the pilots came home and they said we hit the target prison. So they may be very well prosecuted for that. What they did there we think is totally illegal.
Ooh, baby, and now we get to cooking. It said, what is the number one politician that's doing like the opposite of what Governor DeSantis and Donald Trump are doing here? And that would be Gavin Newsom. Obviously, he runs the single largest sanctuary state in the entire country. It's a nightmare, and of course, he's just been in a massive battle.
Yep, California, absolute nightmare, total hellscape. It's basically, just blighted, utterly on fire, the entire thing.
Royale with Donald Trump, and so I said, "Tell me about Gavin Newsom," and Donald Trump went off. Here we go.
Proud of it.
Mr. President, Mr. Governor, what's your message?
Oh. They're literally just holding people in cages. What you see behind them right now, that's bunk beds. Those are bunk beds. in cages. It's like a goddamn human zoo. It's racist, disgusting garbage. It is a concentration camp. They are setting up people to die in cages like animals. In the Florida Everglades, no temperature control. Like they are... It's disgusting. And Republicans are talking about it like it's one of the greatest things to ever happen in America.
To Governor Gavin Newsom inside of this facility.
Well, the first thing you should do is come here and learn something, because they don't do this. They don't know. They wouldn't know where to begin, and if they did, it would cost them 100 times more.
Oh, it's absolutely not hurricane-proof. They're fucking tents.
So I would say he should call the governor and Christie, and I'm sure you'd give him because his state is a disaster, and he doesn't do this.
Another amazing part of that exchange is Donald Trump saying, Joe Biden wanted me in here, that son of a bitch. Anyway, then we get to the...
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I don't know that I can take the rest of this. But this is the full tour that they went on here. Again, you can see the they move over to a cage section. Talking, inspecting, they move in here. Thought we'd look at this part. Look at these cages for human beings. Haha.
Governor Gavin Newsom inside the facility.
$50 billion, no trash. We got a privately funded rail in Florida from Miami to Orlando, cost the taxpayer zero. And it's very successful. So it's just a much different approach between states.
Hey, Mr. President, when's the first person checking in this beautiful Alcatraz?
When is the first person checking into this beautiful Alcatraz? Again, they salivate at the idea of putting actual human beings in here.
When's the first person checking into the room, sir?
Tomorrow? Yeah, totally tomorrow. Within the next 24 hours. There's going to be a security sweep because there have been civilians here, so they will sweep this multiple times to make sure there's nothing to be used as weapons or any contraband. And then once that's clear, then they'll do so. It's really up to Secretary. I know it's got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to receive.
I think our viewers at home should know that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims...
Oh, good. It is air conditioned, so at least they won't literally cook to death in the tent.
Not the hot humid South Florida. That is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here. Or 72.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here. He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here.
Mr. President, what's your expectation of what this will do for the speed and force of deportations?
Things that they're all telling me that these people come in here, they want to go home, and they want to go home, so we immediately send them home. You know where it's appropriate. Now somebody's a real killer coming, maximum security. Look, what we inherited from this guy, this incompetent man, and his administration, which wasn't incompetent, it was radical left, lunatic.
It's all Joe Biden's fault. Mm-hmm.
Then say, or is there say the summer or the fall?
Will I do something about what's going to be?
Yes.
Oh wait, let's slow this down. Just take a look in here. That's so cool, bro. Just 3 open toilets. Totally metal beds. So cool, man. These people, the people responsible for this need to be thrown in jail for the remainder of their lives. Bare minimum. Wait, just out of curiosity so we can do some math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think 13. So 26 people in a cell.
To some extent, it was Joe Biden's fault, but not his administration. The 1995 crime bill was pretty bad, but nothing compared to how Reagan started the spiral.
Yeah, we've been... I mean, it's all so bad. We were given so many off-ramps to this particular moment in time, and we took none of them, and it makes me so sad. So 26, right? I think 26, if you can assume 26 in each of these. So maybe 8 pairs of those. 26 times 8. That's like that one tent houses like over 200 people. Yeah, 208. Oh god. Yeah, as far as we know, no killing chambers, but I mean, when you're in the middle of the swamp, do you even need one? You know? Have you covered the guy they deported because he was born to U.S. military parents on a military base in Germany? They're just warehousing or shipping off people. That person should still be a U.S. citizen, though. Again, they're going after birthright citizenship, so who the fuck knows? Things are pretty bad, guys. And there's really, I mean, like, the point we're at right now, and I know I talk about it a lot, but the point we're at right now, guys, is we need people to actually get involved. You need to go to the Good Trouble protest. The Good Trouble Lives On protest on July 17th. You need to start calling your representatives, get them to kill the bill, the budget bill that is currently being voted, like trying to get through the House now. Okay, like what needs to happen now is mass mobilization. And the next mass mobilization day is July 17th. Mark it on your calendars. We need mass mobilization. We need people in the streets. We need major disruptions to work. We need every single kind of protest and resistance action we can get. And we need to make sure we're also applying and maximizing the amount of political pressure we can bring to bear, because frankly, this is only stopped by us organizing with one another. The only way this stops, the only way we curtail this at this point, is by working together on a mass scale in a way we have not seen in this country for, 60 plus years. We need to be setting records. We need to be getting out there and making sure that we shut these facilities down, that we make sure that this administration knows it cannot get away with this horse shit. Yeah, and Lemony fucking Snicket, my hope is that, and I believe the House has already changed things in the bill, so it'll be sent back to the Senate if it gets through the House again. But call your representatives. Get them to change that bill. Get them to kill that bill. We need to do that. Because for so many different reasons, for healthcare, for humanitarian reasons, but also so that we kill the extra funding for ICE. Because what is happening in the Florida Everglades here, they want to do in every single state. They want an entire interconnected network of like black site camps to disappear undocumented immigrants into, and eventually to disappear citizens into. This is not the kind of power grab that just, you know, doesn't get used, that goes nowhere. This is going to get really bad if they feel emboldened and if they get the funding of an entire other country's military being funneled into ICE. None of us are, Lady Raincloud. Prop games, I love your comment. Guys, I was at 4 different locations and demonstrations in my state alone. Movements are growing, and if you're able-bodied, you need to be there. Shit is getting real. It is getting real. Flex that organizing muscle. Get out there. Get other people to come with you. Okay? Avocado. That's totally understandable. You know, like, yeah. I think that maybe a good way of summarizing the feelings in a productive manner could be that I think that we need to start drawing upon the spirit of the French in 1789, okay? That's where we need to be at. We need to be in the mindset of the French when it comes to protesting, when it comes to organizing, when it comes to rising up against truly fascistic aims and elements. And we got to do it, you know? Totally understand, Tony Sanfilippo. Today has been a hard day to do this show. Good night. But y'all need to organize. The only way out of this is, again, the only way I've ever been telling you we ultimately need to go about it, about things. It is with each other, hand in hand, organizing as a greater whole. That is what is necessary. That is what we need to do. Your strength is in community. Our strength is in each other. And we will defeat these fascist fucks. But we can only do it if we all grow our protest movement together. So I'm not going to give up, and I'm not going anywhere, and I'm going to continue to fight to make things better. And I hope you all will stand alongside me and do the same. Because I truly believe that at the end of the day, the main thing that prevents us from making this world a better place is the political will to make it so. And we, I believe, can muster the political will to say no to these fascist ghouls. I believe in that. I believe in our ability to make things better. So do not give up. Do not despair. And channel that energy into action, because that energy and that community building, those are the only things that are going to see us through. So let's get to work. Be like Woody Guthrie's guitar. Yeah, you know, much like Woody Guthrie's guitar killed fascists, figure out what skill and cunning you have that does the same, huh? Firing out faxes all day tomorrow? Hell yeah, Von 400. Remember, folks, call your representatives, 5calls.org. Fax your representatives, fax0.com. And let's get loud. And remember, it's like, you know, 12 calls is like a crazy amount of calls for a Senate office or a representative office. And there are literally 300 people watching right now. I think you guys can muster a lot of calls to some representatives, okay? I believe in you guys. I believe in all of us. Not to be rude, but do you do any organizing, or do you tell others to do that and figure you did your job? I do organizing. Thanks. What do you do? Let's see here. Check out the EO Trump signed. Hmm. I'll be going back to the meetings, Gamer G, as soon as I finish my move. Don't you worry. I called. I'm in Minnesota, so I already have a no vote, but I called other Congress people as well, like districts in Louisiana and Texas. Hell yeah, Nina Turner's pet dragon. Is it a no-no to misgender Brianna Wu whenever she goes on a transphobic tirade? Yes. Do not misgender trans people. My parents who are in their 60s and they've been getting more and more leftwards recently? Hell yeah. Man, it's super cool for someone to come into chat and be like, do you even do any organizing? And then when I ask what they do, they shut the fuck up and don't say shit. I don't know. Super cool.
Is there anything specific we
mode
can
of
do in
operations.
order to get that death camp, that's what it is, in FL closed? Would calling legislators outside of FL do any good?
I mean, I think it would require doing some investigation into the logistics that would keep a camp like that operational. I'm sure there are logistics that rely on operations in other states around Florida to keep that camp functional, but I don't know what those are at the moment. I think some investigation would be required. I know someone who can find out. Lee Kestner, if you can figure out how to how that camp is getting like resupplied, we might be able to disrupt the ability to open it up. That'd be great. If it feels like misgendering is the only jab you have for shitty trans person, that is an indication you probably want to work on building your creativity and jabs. True, Kia's or the Kia, Kia. I don't see the point of saying not to be rude, then asking a question the most ridiculously possible rude way. Seems silly. I mean, some chatters are silly. You know? I would feel like someone who's previously been subscribed to the channel for months would know that I've done political organizing on the ground for various political candidates. I don't, you know, I've given a talk at Netroots Nation about organizing. I have literally done this for years. I don't know. It seems maybe just kind of shitty to do, but whatever. Also, you only need to get 2 people online to organize, and you've done more than you can on foot. True. Good night, Alan Smith. With all due respect, Jack, do you actually practice what you preach, or are you just a lazy talking head? This is a parody. My mom, 59, is disaffected and says sometimes people need help and people deserve to live their lives. She's getting there. Some people can be reached, but that's a lot of emotional labor. True. Reach the people you can, and those you can't, don't break yourself. I met you at Yonkers for Bowman. It's true. I was on the ground. We were, you know, we knocked doors for Jamal Bowman. I've also done a lot of organizing work for smaller races too, but you know, whatever. Let's see. Are you actually a riverboat, or do you just play one on the internet? Just play one on the internet, sadly. Sorry, Jack. You don't gotta be sorry, Lady Ringcloud. You got this. Let's see. As my dad, UCC Pastor Jack, says, feeling hopeless, go feed some people. Honestly, one of the best solutions to hopelessness is just going out and making hope. You know, hope. They tell you hope springs eternal, but like genuinely, one of the best practices you can have is just to go out and cultivate hope. You can actually create hope in an absence of it, but it requires action. You know. Do you have a Class D license to pilot that riverboat? I do have a Class D license. Let's see here. Mandani was able to reach people who voted Trump in big numbers. I think so. Let's see here. Oh God.
I've been working.
Oh God. Oh God. Okay, I don't think I can emotionally handle this segment tonight. We'll do that tomorrow. Oh man, we have so much to cover tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do this stuff tomorrow. On opposite day, do you become Desert Plain Jack? No, but I love that idea a lot, and I might have a themed outfit for that someday, and that would be really, really fun. Like for April Fool's Day, I become Desert Plain Jack. I think that'd be really cool. I like that. I might yoink that. No name. Let's go. Did I miss JBP losing his gourd on TV again? I don't know. I mean, he's always losing his gourd about something, right? Desert Plain Jack fucking hates Chronoplanes. I don't feel like I got this. I don't feel like I got this either, but we're going to keep putting our feet in front of us one step at a time. Found a Steam game with the name River in it, and it's 85% off. That's cool. I'm really sleepy because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna go sleep, and I might do an early stream tomorrow, and we might do some public defender while I work on Peepo art and just kind of chill and have a good time, and it'll be good. Okay. And I'll also do eventually. I'll probably take a break later, and then we'll do a normal show tomorrow as well. What is sleep like to you? A brief respite in the void before being summoned forth to function again, like an undead isekai protagonist. All right. Good night, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the channel. You know. Be back tomorrow. Also, my partner really loved playing that game, Date Everything, and we'll definitely play it on stream again. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.